Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back after a almost month-long break, or actually it is a month-long break if I'm not mistaken. But we are back. Yes, it took a while, but I really needed that break. But we are back, and now I need to figure out what the hell we did, a month ago. I do remember that this thing here kind of hit us head first, but I don't know how we're gonna proceed from here. We're gonna figure it out together. Killjoy is asking, how was Germany? Very good. Very sad and very good. Very sad because it's getting more and more sad every single year when I have to leave. But, you know, that's just how it goes if you live basically 5,000 miles away from everybody you know. But I will be able to cope with it. Other than that, I had a great time with my friends and family. So thank you very much for asking. But let me take a look in chat. Looks like we have a war going on. Looks like YouTube has a new feature. We have Alfie, we have Kionis, we have Okan. Let me see who else is here. We have Killjoy, of course. Who else? And that seems to be it for right now. We will see if we can get some more in here. All right. What can we do? Words is here as well. Words. Welcome. Appreciate you joining. All right. Let's play the game real quick, just to get the dupes moving for a little bit, and let's see what the hell is going on here. So we had our impact zone right here. And if I remember correctly, yes, we blocked it off mostly all around, so our base should be safe from heat, I believe. Or maybe not. Okay, we gotta do something about this here. Yes, so right here we have a natural abyssalite blocker, which is fine. Venting all the gases out into space, including our own right here, which is also fine because it's only chlorine. But a little bit further down here, we gotta do something about this here, and rather quickly. Also, this aluminum volcano here is currently idle and, well, completely unblocked. Looks like we already put a temp shift plate in the back here. I'm made out of coal. Just need the dupes to get up here and get it and get going. And we have an oxidized cons. Very good. Definitely a very good thing. Oops, missed a spot. Yes, we apparently did miss a spot. Which is more important. Probably the volcano. Let them keep working on the volcano for right now. And then we're gonna put in another wall right here to keep the heat over here on the right and not over here on the left. Other than that, our morale is, of course, abysmal. We gotta work on that more or less right away. Yeah, this kind of stuff here is certainly not helping in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, there is a lot going on. Building melting. Okay, our copper volcano also apparently had some coal here, which is very good to see. Apparently, we were prepared for that, but that is currently just an afterthought. That is not something we need to work on right now. We need to see what else is going on here. Okay, right here, yes, we have all this brine here dripping down. Looks like we are rebuilding this here to keep the brine in this area. That makes sense. Other than that, inside of our base, only Victor is here. What are our settings on those things? Break starts at 90, break ends at 70. That sounds reasonable. Let's make sure they all have that. I don't know if they do. Apparently not. What is Victor's stress? Victor, how are you doing? 58%. Yeah, you were not supposed to be on there. We have much more important dupes. Who do we have here? Music, Jason, and words. Those are probably the three top ones that we need to slap on there. Where is music? Looks like music is already going to one. Okay, dupes figured it out themselves. Very good. We have two triage cards, and down here on the bottom, anything I need to be aware of? Anything that I need to remember? Let's see. We still have our oil well right here. I'm pretty sure it's blocked. Yes, it is. That's totally fine. We currently don't need any more oil from the looks of it. What do we have up here? Oh, looks like we used all of our petroleum to make some nice plastic, and we currently have 6 tons worth of it. That's totally fine. We will just keep on going here until it's completely out. That is fine. We don't need it for anything else as of this moment, as far as I know it. Later on, we still have this pipe right here. Yeah, we have plenty. We can do basically whatever we want. So morale and heat are our two #1 issues right now that we need to take care of. That's the general idea, I believe. Keanu says, I think the feature is broken like all YouTube features. That sounds about right, yes. And shittification is real and Google seems to be embracing it. Oh, we have known that for years, words. We've known that for years. Looks like this feature is encouraging the purchase of super chats. I have no idea. I didn't even know it existed until I started the stream and random symbols started popping up right beside your name. So don't ask me. I don't know. God, Yorick says, I need your help understanding something when it comes to steel. You can make infinite, but I don't get it. Do I need to use a special water? Wait, what? So for steel production, I'm using this metal refinery right here. Obviously, it's not the best setup right now, because we have polluted water right in here. But it does work, because we are pumping it down here through those radiant liquid pipes, which will take the heat out. Maybe we can see that in action. What are we making right now? Apparently we're making some gold and some iron, but we will be able to see that here very shortly. Even if it's not steel, I mean, the principle is still the same. It doesn't make a difference. Let's take a peek. Come on. There we go. And we see that our water here comes out at around 77.9 degrees, our polluted water to be very precise. And then down here on the bottom, once it comes out on the other side, 40.9 degrees. Not entirely sure if that is your question or not, but that is the simple setup. And it works for basically anything. Preferably you put something like petroleum in there, let's say, so you never have a problem. But yes, Killjoy is right. To make an infinite amount of steel, you need a continuous supply of iron, coal, and lime. Iron is easy, but an iron volcano. Here's an aluminum one. If you have an iron one, I believe there... Yeah, I remember correctly. There's an iron volcano that dropped down with our asteroid right here, or with our meteor. So that is your easy way to get infinite amounts of iron. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah. It's mainly all this water right here, I believe, that is around our base. That is the main issue that's causing so much stress. Let's increase the priority on the cleaning here. Yeah, let's make that happen. If you don't have to walk through it anymore, it should make your life a hell of a lot easier. It will also promote the exchange of gases, even though all of this here is actually oxygen. That's very good to see. Did we put an outlet up here? Yes, we did. There's a gas vent up here. That's very good. And once we mop this here up, from the looks of it, I don't believe any more should be falling down here, or running down here, better to say, because we took away the path right here. I believe that was my intention when I put this here in. At least, that sounds right to me. Other than that, base looks good. How are we on food? 57,000 kilocalories, and over here, yeah, our fridge is probably nowhere near cold enough. Nope, only at negative 13.9 degrees, which means we're only refrigerated. We need negative 18. To actually freeze our food. That is a little bit lower than what we have available, but maybe we can do something about that in the future. Stress vomiting, that's not optimal. Let's mop that up as well right away, and it should hopefully miss our tank right here. Yeah, we need to get the stress down. That has to happen. Let's take a look into the decor overlay here. The most of our base here in the middle is looking pretty good. Obviously, over here on the left side, this shaft is a problem. Not a hell of a lot we can do about it, other than encourage the dupes not to walk through here. Obviously, another issue is that we have to get over here right now, up here to the top left. Music Kitties here says, welcome back. Hope you had a good vacation. Thank you very much, Music. Truly appreciate it. I had a great vacation, honestly. Not gonna lie about it. I had a great time with friends and family. Looks like we put the temp shift plate in before it erupted the first time. Nope, that's a lie. It did erupt once. It's a little bit toasty over here, but now when it erupts again, we should see another tile of coal popping up here and blocking it immediately. Very, very good. More stress vomiting? No, that was still the original one, I believe. We're down to 89%. We gotta get this here under control. So let's just let it run here for a little bit. The dupes just need to get going with mopping. That's the #1 priority. If they don't have to walk through all of this liquid here constantly, it should speed up their, or better to say, to reduce their stress drastically. Up here on the top, we have an oxalate sconce, and now we have oxygen up here. That's totally fine. Just so the dupes don't have to walk through here or breathe in all of that chlorine gas. That is, of course, a good thing. Everything that's on the right side right here is going to get vented into space anyway. We should probably put a door in here or something to at least contain it a little bit. Something simple like this here should get the job done. Let's make that happen. Keep the oxygen in, and if you have a vacuum out here, that's totally fine with us. No problem whatsoever. Looks like we have meteors, and of course, look at this here. Straight through. One thing that we built in space. How else would it be? Nope, it couldn't come in at an angle and just hit a tiny little piece. Nope, it had to be everything. But that is fine, we are ready for it. We have the oxygen masks right here. We just didn't have enough time to actually put in a blaster or something else that would protect us here. Also, it's just a gas vent, therefore I really don't care too much. But let's turn this here back on so the dupes can come out here and actually fix this here up whenever they please to do so. It's not a hurry or anything. It's totally fine. We can see our pipe is still working, therefore it really doesn't matter too much. What else do we have going on here, especially in this area? We have a hydrogen vent right here, right beside a volcano. The volcano is currently submerged in water. Down here we have an iron volcano. The iron volcano is just happily melting away all this ice right here. Is this here actually going to be a self-solving problem? Once all this ice here is molten, becomes steam, would it overpressure the volcano? Maybe. Probably even. So we're just not going to do a damn thing about this here. But this volcano right here, the first time it erupts, it will melt the ice. But maybe we can contain it at least a little bit, and we can bring a dupe over here and put a temp shift plate behind it. That would be good, so we can utilize this volcano here rather sooner than later to get more igneous rock in, for example, and also provide some energy while we are at it. That would be good to see, quite honestly. But first, we need to get over here, and that will probably take a hot minute. Let's see, what do we have available here? Igneous rock, yeah, we don't want to use that. Here we have a little bit of granite. That's something that we can most definitely grab us without too much of an issue. Is there a heat issue up here on the top? No, not really. Yeah, no. With that tiny little bit of gas right here, the heat transfer is basically negligible. Not a big deal at all. Okay. The plan stands. Now we just gotta execute it. But first and foremost, before I forget about it, and I know I will, I know myself way too well, we gotta put this here in, and it's gotta happen rather quickly. Let's see, we're gonna come along here probably, and let's just say it doesn't really matter too much. There's nothing much here that we need. We're just gonna come all the way up to here. And we're gonna do that as simple as we can. We are literally just gonna dig over here and have the dupes build whatever they can build along here. We're just gonna have them come in here as well. And then last but not least, let's plop in a couple of ladders so they can reach those tiles right here. These three here should be sufficient. Yep, here we need one. This here is 4 tiles high, so that's fine. And this here should make everything here reachable. Now we just gotta get this here done, and it should be just fine. Alright, so far so good. So the fountain is alright. Last of the research. Let's click through it, so it stops annoying us. We also finally need to get rid of those outhouses right here and actually put in proper plumbing. That is also definitely on the docket for today. That should have happened a long time ago, let's be realistic, but we had other problems in mind. Alright, so far, so good. Dupes, we just gotta get it done. Let's turn up the speed to the middle right here, and, my god, since I have been gone for so long, we have 5 unclaimed blueprints, so I would say, let's do the first one right away, because we can. What do we have? We have the weepy blue storage bin. Did I already have that one? No, I don't think so. Didn't we have a purple one? Where do we have a storage bin? Anywhere? There's one. Pretty sure I wanted to make this here a brine ice storage. That would make sense at least. Well, let's make this here a high priority. Not a 9, but an 8 should be fine. Plop it in here, and then let's check out in blueprints. No, I think we already had the blue one. I believe so. I don't know why I put it back. That's a bigger question. There we go. Make them all blue, because why not? But still cool to have a nice color for our storage bins, because we certainly use a handful of those throughout any given place. Let's copy the settings. If you find some brine ice laying around somewhere, just put it straight down here. And our normalize and bleach stone goes up here to the top. Very, very nice. We're also cooling down our oxygen right here. How is that working out for us? Let's take a look here. We're at 25 degrees here. We're at 30.6 and 35.5. All well within range. The only thing is I cannot remember. Yeah, temperature range right here should be fine. I don't believe that's going to be an issue anymore now that we are pumping more oxygen in there. Very nice. Everything seems to be still working. Stress is still high. Again, still got to do something about that, including down here on the bottom. can't forget about this little area right here. Dupes walks through it a lot. And every single time they do that, we can check out Katrina right here. They are getting soggy feet. And soggy feet is stress plus 10% a cycle. And that is why mopping up is so highly important if you're trying to reduce stress quickly and easily. And of course, for the time being at least, DZero will help us out quite drastically as well. Obviously, that's not the long-term plan, but it will do it for right this moment. Okay, dupes, what are we working on? Looks like the manual airlock is closed, very good. Our oxygen stays in, and everything else can go vent out straight into space without an issue. And whenever we have the time, we can fix this stuff here up, but again, not a priority whatsoever. Very good. Didn't we also uncover? Yes, we also uncovered the teleporters. We should make our way over here so we have it available because we still don't have any fiber. And I have a good feeling that on the next planetoid, we have a much easier time of obtaining that. Looks like we had another breakage right here. You know what? I'm just going to make it out of another metal tile. We once again created an infinite storage on accident, which is fine. Not a big deal. But the actual question that I'm asking myself right now is, can we save ourselves some power right here? There's no point in this pump here actually running. Because for what? So let's save that energy. What about this pump right here? I mean, we're just pumping polluted oxygen out for no particular reason right now. So I would argue this one here is not needed anymore either. That's already 480 watts saved of constant usage. Very, very easy and straightforward. Just every once in a while, I gotta check what we are actually working with. Yeah, there we go. Everything coming up this pipe here should now be straight natural gas. And that's, of course, also exactly what we want here. So that is a good thing. What else do we have going on up here? Looks like we're making some microchips. That's great. And yeah, this here just needs to be done. Let's increase the priority for our ladders and for this wall right here. Because right at the moment, we are introducing a lot of heat. The faster this here is built, the better it is. So therefore, we need to increase that quite drastically here on our priority scale. All right. Of course, you're gonna get stuck in there, aren't you? As always, some things never change, no matter how many patches they push. But first two tiles are done. Couple more to go, and we should be fine. Who is scalding? Oh, Jason up here, of course. Probably a little bit hot with the still hot aluminum. I can't imagine. Thankfully, that problem should solve itself here relatively quickly with all the water action that we see going on. That should, yeah, we can see the aluminum here dropping in temperature. If we could introduce a little bit more liquid right here, it would be better. But for the time being, it's fine. And it's not going to cause any issues. Specifically because this here is the last thing that we actually need to build. So, no problem. It's all good. What did just happen right here? Raymond? Did you just take out a tile of something through the wall here? Alright, cool. I guess that's a thing now too. Alright, why not? I am going to grab this obsidian right here. It's nice and nearby. Just gonna dig it out all the way. And let's just put in 3 extra tiles here. Just because we can. It won't make a difference. As a matter of fact, we will need something down here anyway. Might as well put that in. Right here. We will need a wall. So we might as well introduce it while we are at it. And one more tile here. There we go. Very nice. And now we can make our way a little bit further downwards. Very good. Slowly but steadily, it's taking shape. And it looks like that, yeah, looks like we only have one spot right here. We can't actually get in here into the bottom. We definitely want to do that. We're at over, what? 1,000 degrees on hydrogen. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. But that's fine. Because once this here is built, it's a non-issue. Didn't we... I had a feeling we mopped here at one point in time. What exactly is melting here? I don't see any kind of brine. Where's this liquid coming from? It's got to be coming out of here. Let's dig out one extra tile right here real quick. Make sure this stuff here is just further down. From the top? What's falling down here? Okay. Our aluminum has molten up here, and a little bit more is going to drop down from right here. That's going to be also a non-issue here very, very soon. All right. Over on the right side. No more water, no more fluids, just a little bit right here in positions where dupes should never step, so it shouldn't matter. But we're gonna get rid of it anyway, just for good measure. Very, very nice. Also, what are we gonna do with brine? We have a bottle emptier right here. Looks like slowly but steadily this here is filling up more and more. Our desalinators here are clearly not taking out as much liquid as we are pumping in. Which eventually will also become a problem, probably. That thing here, there's no way you're gonna erupt, right? Yeah, what I thought. Are you actually erupting? Wait, how are you erupting right now? How is the saltwater geyser here not overpressure? That's actually interesting. I mean, I'm not complaining about it or anything, but it should be. It shouldn't just spit it out indefinitely, or is there something? Oh, there's salt water right here. But that's not the output port. It shouldn't matter. Well, because it's emitting... No? I don't see how it does. Anybody has an idea? Why this thing here is currently erupting and not overpressure? What am I missing? Output port should be right here. And there we have 1,100 kilograms of salt water. I don't know how it's pushing out more, but sure, why not? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I'm sure you're not too happy to be in here, but what needs to be done needs to be done for the greater good. Does it just appear to be erupting, but isn't actually erupting? I don't know. I mean, it's... now it's saying overpressure. I think it was actually erupting up until a few seconds ago. Because it had the animation and everything else going for it. I don't know. Very odd. I mean, we just watched a dupe destroy a tile right here through the wall, so, I mean... anything's possible, I suppose. Where does the path to the right go? Which path to the right do you mean, Kionis? You mean this one here? All the way to the right? It goes all the way to the top. To this manual airlock right here. It's a very long path, but it's also not meant to be used for anything important. Oh, from the erupting volcano? Let me see. That's right here. You mean this path right here? That's just storage, if that's what you mean. Okay, the bottom here is built. Very, very good. Now we just need to get this here dug up. There we go. Raymond's up there getting it done. Still a little bit warm here, but not too warm. Could be a hell of a lot worse. A few more tiles right here. And the heat is completely contained. And we can choose to go in here whenever we want. At that point, it's basically no problem anymore. Not indefinitely, but for the foreseeable future, at least. Our insulated tiles here are heating up, but that is also okay, and not that big of a deal. Yes, our stress is still a massive problem. What could I do? What do we have? I don't think we have any wood, do we? We have 1,050 kilograms of wood. Could I utilize that with some wood tiles? The wood tiles are very good because they don't only increase the run speed by 25%, but also have a decor of plus 15. Question is just, where would we utilize it? Questions here. I mean, the middle of the base here looks really not too shabby. Maybe we can help out our cook right here, but that's about the end of it. Let's see, let's put in a few tiles right here. Again, just for our cook. Because that's the one thing in the base that I see that is actually a problem. And over here on the left side, I mean, eventually we will put them into suits. For that, we need fiber. We don't have access to that quite yet. We can work with Rexus, of course. And we can also work with Mammoth if I can find one. There's one. But for both of those things, we have prerequisites that we don't currently possess. So it would be easier and most likely faster to go over here and see what's going on right there. You should also overpressure, right? Nope. You're not going to overpressure because that is not enough liquid in here. How are you even uncovered? Like what? Oh, that's right. Everything got uncovered when the meteor hit. That's going to cause us much bigger problems down the line. But on the bright side, we can see everything now. I completely forgot about that as well. Let's see what we are working with here across the map. Our main difficulties that are currently uncovered are going to be all the volcanoes. Of course, everything that's hot. Minor volcano over here is going to become an issue, but we have ice right here. Theoretically speaking, these volcanoes should seal themselves. Because they are going to melt the ice, it's going to turn into steam. If it pressures over 150 kilograms per tile, at that point, it should just seal itself. It's going to be a bigger problem down here. That's for sure. There's some sandy that apparently is formed, but it's not high enough. It's still going to erupt where it is right now. What else do we have on the map? Over here on the left side, we have a copper volcano. Are you in an ice area? Yes, you are. Question is just how much. We will have to see. Or we get over there fast enough. Do we have a dormant one by chance? Nope. Everything's erupting. I don't know if the meteor also just brings them all out of dormancy, because that we don't have a single dormant one seems highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. But it looks like that is all of it. We have copper times 2. That's nice. And what was this right here? That was iron. We have iron times 2, which is nice. And we have an aluminum one. I mean, there's not too much to complain about here, honestly. What we have available to us, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But let's check out our blueprints and let's see what we have. And of course, we're going to do it as usual. You guys make the choice of what we are going to take here. Are we going to take another dupe, or are we going to take the Sinbar ore? The first dupe is Ari. Ari has digging, suit-wearing, and supplying, is a slow learner, a kitchen menace, and a shabby dresser. And on top of that is uncultured. Then we have Gene, +7 in suit-wearing. That's nice. An animal lover, is a charm assistant, but squeamish, cannot do doctoring errands. Gene, it's a pretty good dude. And then we have Harold with operating and suit-wearing. He's a rock fan with a bottomless stomach and is building impaired. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Guys, let me know in the chat, no matter if on YouTube or on Twitch, what we should do. And that is, of course, what we are going to do as well. Make sure that most of the stuff here is gone. Yeah, that should help. I think putting in plumbing would also help out with our morale here quite drastically. So why don't we get it the bare minimum started on that? That is probably a pretty decent idea. Didn't we build an infinite storage? Yeah, that's right. We have an infinite storage for polluted water over here. Very, very good. That is, of course, where we are going to put our output. Let's see. I need liquid pipes. Lots and lots of liquid pipes, most likely. We are going to come... What's the easiest possible pathway here to get that done? Let me think about it for just a second. We could come with our water up here and feed the water through the middle, so the output goes over to the left. Yeah, that's probably the easiest, fastest solution. What are we going to build it out of, though? We are a little bit limited on resources here. A little bit limited. I'm just going to use shale for right now, I believe. That's fine. Let's bring that over and bring it all the way through and all the way up here. That is how far we need to go. And let's bring it all the way over here as well. That's what we need, and that should be just fine once it's built. It's not a priority in any way, shape, or form. We have much more important things to do, but we might as well put it in here for the time already. Let's bring that over here. Yeah, let's bring it across the floor. That's fine, because we will need a liquid pump down here on the bottom somewhere. For example, right here will do the job for us. No problems whatsoever. And then last but not least, before I check out the voting results, we're going to go up here, and we're going to go up there. That's the input. We're going to put in the output in a second. But first, let's see what you guys come up with. We have 1 vote for the Sinbar ore, we have 1 vote for Ari, and we have 2 votes for Gene. Gene going once, Gene going twice, and Gene is sold. Gene is, of course, not going to stay. Gene, we will need someone in chat who is willing to take on the burden of becoming the Gene in our death base. I mean, in our wonderful, wonderful paradise here. Who does not have a dupe yet, but would like to be in the game. Let me know once again in chat. First come, first serve. That is how we do it. Do we have anyone who is interested? If not, then I make the choice myself. Word says had it right the first time. Fiona says, did I have a dupe or did I die? I'm pretty sure you're alive and well, aren't you? Or did you die? Jonas. Did you actually die? I cannot recall that you died. Jazz died. Killjoy died. But that's it. Did you never have a dupe? There's no way that you never had a dupe, right? And kindly Stevo and DMCS, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining today. Well, if you don't have a dupe, double check, I can't believe that. How do you not have a dupe? You don't have a dupe and you're not dead. That is crazy. Alright. Jonas, welcome to the game. Like I said, not entirely sure how that happened, but here we are. Okay, how's our peat output coming? Peat, we are at 6.4 tons. When we started, I peaked at it, we had 5.5, so we are getting more. That's what we want to see. How are we with our production right here? It looks like the, what is it called? Natural gas is a little bit low. What do we have in here? 120 kgs. That's fine. How much do we have in here? 79 on the hydrogen. So we are on the brink, on the absolute brink, with our one natural gas geyser here to keep us sustained. We need to make our way to the other one over here, but that is not going to be an easy path with everything else that is between us. Especially the steam vent right here is going to become a problem eventually, if we cannot overpressure it, or it overpressures itself. Either way around. I believe it should be doable though. It should theoretically overpressure itself. It could already be overpressure potentially. Yes, water is here on the second tile up. That's the output port right here. So as long as we're over 150 kilograms with anything at all, it should be fine. Kiona says it would seem that I'm garnering more points again. Maybe I should have Googled before the stream if there are any new features on YouTube. I think it will drown itself before overpressure. I think so too, yeah. I think that's what we are witnessing here. I think it's already done, yeah. Okay, looking really good. Everything's coming along. The stress, hopefully, latest when we swap out the outhouses right here, should also be an issue of the past. Just let me check it out real quick here, exactly how we're going to put that in here. We have a wash basin, that's not it. We have a sink, right here. The output port's on the right side. That's what I was looking for, and it's too high. We need to come over here to the left, and it needs to be like this. Every single place. We need to just come over here to the left side, and then straight down, all the way through, connect all these here up. And then last but not least, we are just gonna come... Yeah, why not? Let's come through here and connect it up there. There we go. Very simple, very straightforward. And then last but not least, we will need some power in here. Just need to find us a way that we can do that. And it looks like either way around, it doesn't really matter too much. This here's just going straight down for our gas pump. And the infrastructure down here, that's fine. We can just connect it to the very closest one. It's okay for the time being. Very nice. That makes our life a hell of a lot easier. So let's bring this one here down. Let's see, we have lead. Let's find. Bring it along and hook it up. Into the infinite pea water container. That's right, James. That is right. Word says don't assume that being at the top of the leaderboard is a good thing. Yeah. That is very true. Since we don't know what the leaderboard's for, it could be a good thing or a bad. Where is this random water coming from? Do we literally just have to dig up a one tile right here? Is it just spilling out here every once in a while? Oh, there's brine ice up here. That's where you're coming from. Yeah, you're melting, aren't you? That's fine. we can take care of that as well. Because, yeah, constantly walking through this water right here, it's ridiculous. Also, we probably need to move this bottle emptier up here, because it's completely submerged. It's not going to do anything. We need to have it here, so the dupes will actually come by, grab this brine here, or in the salt water, and dump it in here. And every once in a while they have to come in here for the ice, and every once in a while they have to come in here for the desalinator, but that doesn't happen that often. So I don't believe it's too big of an issue as of right now. Elfie says it's no longer possible to do 100% achievement run in a single game without going back to a save. These two achievements are either shoot down the meteor or survive 100 days after the impact. Wait, there is one? To survive for 100 cycles after the impact? I want to wear that. I only saw the one that we got. Well, we didn't get it on this save, of course. Yeah. But on the other save, we got last line defense. But I don't see one where, yeah, we have to survive for a certain amount of time afterwards. Is that a thing? Is that an actual thing? Let's see. Teleport a duplicate, the launch pad. It's only the spaced out ones. I mean, if it's in here somewhere. Huh. Well, either way. I guess we will find out when we reach cycle 300 if that's a thing or not. Because if so, it's certainly one I don't have yet. Oh, that achievement is only in the lab. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, actually, it doesn't. Why wouldn't it be in the main game? Now that I think about it, well, why would it only be in the lab? Why don't I have the choice in the main game if I let it impact or not? That's kind of odd, isn't it? Well, yes, it's just something we will have to live with. And I'm sure it's also not the end of the world. Yeah, you're not too happy up here, but we're soon, very soon through here. Only in the lab because it hits at cycle 10. I mean, they could still do it in a way where this one here is not doable, but the other one pops up, you know? One or the other. The lab life found a way. We will definitely try that out eventually. I mean, there is no question. We played the other lab for Frozen Planet, for the Frosty Planet Pack. Damn it, that's the name. We're definitely going to try this one here out as well. But at the moment, let's see if we can survive here first, before we do anything else. Okay, this is coming along. We're building slowly but steadily here. Our piping didn't put a priority on it or nothing. It's just set to a stand of 5, so it'll take a hot minute. What the hell are you? But anymore, let's make sure that that thing here gets annihilated as fast as possible. Yes, that pop was another one. Make sure that one gets annihilated as well. He can run, but he cannot hide. Frickin' Morb. Frickin' Morb. Okay, looking great. And as soon as we have this here changed, of course we will also get the bonus from the bathrooms, and hopefully that will also bring down our morale to, I would hope, somewhere in the 50s I could live with. Make these are higher priorities so we can actually build them. These wood tiles right here. The faster the better. Every little bit helps. And the other Morb, also trying to run, but also cannot hide. Very, very good, and very nice. That's what we want to see here. Just the piping. Should be on our docket as well. Looks like Demetrius literally comes up here. I was about to say, digs out one single tile and then walks away. Nope, this time he does a little bit more. And one thing that we are going to do is this here. Let's make this here a little bit of a higher priority, just because we can. Up here on the top, water temperature is now down to 18 degrees. Our volcano here is contained. The heat is not an issue anymore. It's literally only the volcano itself that shows up as red, because it always does. That is totally normal, and it won't harm a dupe. That's great. That's what we want to see. Let's check on the rest over here. Yeah, you made a little bit of a mess here, didn't you, Iron Volcano? We do have some water in here. It doesn't look like it's anywhere near going to be 150 kilograms per tile. Well, it's a bust. Over here, the verdict is still out if we can reach it, but it looks pretty good when I see this basin of 4,000 kilograms worth right here. So that's great. Carolus says, hey, Bier, glad you're back. I could say the same in return. Thank you for being back as well. This one here is rising pressure right now. We're about to see what happens. And that's the end of it. All right. This one up here, yeah, like I said, also here, verdict is still out. This one here should erupt any second now, and we will see live exactly what it's going to do. What are we still researching? Oh, we still have research requests for everything that uses applied science. We're just going straight across the board here for everything that needs it. Because we can, might as well. Better have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. And then eventually, we will dip our toes into data analysis research as well. Alright, Minor Volcano, what are you gonna do here? Just chilling, or? Pressure's rising, I can see it, I can hear it, I can feel it. Nothing's happening. How long is the pressure rising on a minor volcano? I have no idea, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. How long this here is supposed to go? Hello? Hello? Not feeling love, huh? We need to get the fossils eventually as well, but that is also a little bit of a side project and not really a priority. What are you doing? I know, the moment I zoom away, it will do it. Let me go 10x here for just a second, maybe? Or is it just going to be stuck in this state? It's like watching paint dry. I truly don't know what I'm witnessing here. Ah, there we go. If this here solidifies, it would block itself off. Keonis is laughing, yeah. Yeah, but it's not going to become a natural tile, though. That's going to be the problem. Yeah, this one here is just going to be a massive heat source. Thankfully, it's towards the bottom of the base, and it shouldn't make a difference, but still, though. Yeah, we're not going to be lucky enough to get a natural tile here. But now we know. Malwolf is here, says, Moin Bier, glad to catch you live. Greetings from Hamburg. Hamburg, Germany up north. Very nice for you to be here. Thanks, Malwolf, for joining today. Truly appreciate it. But we are up once again, just right now. We witnessed it live. We have 3 dupes, and we have 1,000 kilograms worth of rust. Keep in mind, we are currently at 19 dupes. 19 are in the base. Hamburg represented, says Sebediah. I'm there too. Moin Bier, Sebediah. Thank you for joining today as well. We have Max. He has a +7 in doctoring, is skilled in super hard digging, but has allergies. We have Nispet. Researching, farming, and doctoring, is an animal lover, a caregiver, but is narcoleptic. And then we have Freya with ranching. Is frostproof, an animal lover, has trypophobia, and has a small bladder. And then once again, the 1,000 kilograms of rust. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat, no matter if you're on Twitch or on Discord, and I will tally up the votes, and then we will do, of course, exactly what you guys want us to do. Looks like our water is already flowing, which can only mean one thing. It is time to start converting these wash basins here over. I'm just gonna do 3 at a time, probably here down here on the bottom. Yeah, that should be just fine. And then we are going to replace it with lavatories and outhouses without a problem. There we go. There we go. And last but not least, there we go. And then in medicine, we're gonna grab the sinks. Did I just say lavatories and outhouses? I obviously meant lavatories and sinks. I just realized the nonsense that I said. There we go. Let's bring this here in as it should be. And let's bring these here up as well. First 3 will be functional momentarily. And that's gonna be good. Sebediah says, 52 viewers, only 19 likes. Do your duty, folks. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more here with Sebediah. Thanks for pointing it out. This here, we're gonna set the direction to the right, and to the right, and to the right. And the first one's already up here on the top. You can already see the pea water go into that infinite pea storage. That's where you're gonna keep that stuff, so it's out of our way, and we don't have to worry about it. Wonderful, the first 3 are done. And I believe that we can get a little bit more bold now that we have 3 in, and just do the rest outright. Probably without too many issues. Just let me go ahead and do this here. It should be here, and here, and here, and there. There we go. So we don't have to mess with that one by one. We're going to do it all at once. Make our life here a little bit easier. There we go. That should do it. Once they're all ripped out, it's just copy pasta all the way from the bottom up, and it should be fine. Blueprint-wise, let's see what we have. We have a total of 2 votes for Rust. We have 51 viewers on YouTube, and we have 21 over on Twitch, and we have only a total of 2 votes. There's gotta be a little bit more from you guys. Just a tiny little bit is what I'm asking for here. I'm gonna give you another minute or so, alright? What should we do? One of our 3 dupes, or the Rust, or the reject all button. Put it in chat. That's what we're gonna do. Let's plop this here in as it becomes available, slowly but steadily, across the board. No matter where they rip it out, we're gonna put it back in. One by one by one, until each and every one is converted. Very top here, dupes are slacking a little bit. Come on, dupes. There we go. About to give it a high priority. Don't have to wait. Go. And the last few laboratories are here. Very, very nice. Let me take another look into our decor overlay right here. I mean, it could be a little bit nicer in here, couldn't it be? Granted, we got plenty. Let's put another one into the rear for each and every one of them. That is awesome. Very, very good. And Malworth with 5 gifted memberships. Malworth, thank you very, very much for that. Truly, truly appreciate the insane support. Thank you very much. And Wandla, Eliza, Julian, Aquatime, and John all got a membership from Malworth. Again, thank you very, very much for that. All right, let's check it out once again. We have 1 vote for reject. That's very rare that somebody actually votes for reject. Nice to see it, though. And we have a vote for Rust, 2 votes for Rust, 2 votes for Freya, another vote for Rust, another vote for Freya, which means it's currently a 3v3. Freya or Rust? I need a tiebreaker between Freya and Rust. Come on, guys, let me know what we should do. And Freya cannot do digging. Really? Okay, it's your guys' choice. Once again, let me know in chat. Freya or Rust? Give me the tiebreaker we need, please. If not, I'm gonna make the choice myself. How many bedrooms do we have, by the way? We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So 18, 19. We currently have exactly 19, and we also have another morb over here that needs to be attacked. And I'm pretty sure that over here, if we are voting for the dupe, I'm just going to convert this here to another bedroom here as well. Okay. And it looks like Freya has won, with Jack Chester having the deciding vote. And, of course, Malworth, you're going to be first in the game right now. Malworth, welcome, and thank you very much. Yeah, bedrooms though. We are at 19. I guess we don't really have a choice here. Let's rip this here out. It's gonna be a little bit bigger, but that's fine. The rear one is as well. We can also take care of this cot right now. There is more than enough bathrooms on the other side. We don't need it. Now keep the pets happy, please. I will see what I can do, alright? I actually didn't even need to rip this one here out. Yeah, that's fine. Put another one in here. Put another one in there. Put another one in here. Sure, why not? Just for good measure. These dupes here just have to walk over here for their bathrooms, but that will be fine. I don't feel like setting up an entire new system over here on the right. Eventually, we will have to build us some nicer bathrooms and bedrooms somewhere else. This here is just a temporary solution. But for the time being, it'll be fine. What is going on with our pets over here? There are 4 in here from the looks of it, plus a Mimica. Why are you looking glum? Because of food. Well, there's not much I can do about that. You are groomed, you are looking for food, but you are happy. So that's fine. This one here is actually starving, and this one here is also glum. But this one here is glum because it's not getting groomed. This one here is also not groomed. Yeah. So we probably need some more dupes that are a little bit more versed in taking care of our critters. Let's take a look into the skills tab and see what we can come up with here. We have a couple new dupes. How do all of our dupes have skill points? Here's Malwolf. Malwolf, what can you do? You cannot do digging. So you're actually perfect. To start you off with improved farming. In Kionis, I mean, I know how much you love digging. You gotta be digging. I just know how much you love it. It has to happen. Words over here has the skill points he needs. Jazz right here. Cannot do hard digging, which is funny as hell, actually. But sure, we're gonna plop that in there. We're gonna also give you improved carrying and rocket piloting for suit sustainability training for the extra athletics. Jazz, that's gonna be important for you. Victor is fine. Rubber Duck. Rubber Duck, you got nothing. I believe, Rubber Duck, with your 3 points, we're gonna go straight into critter wrenching. Just for you. I think that makes sense to get one done right away. Just gotta find Rubber Duck. And make sure Rubber Duck is farming and ranching as much as possible. And the same is gonna be true for Malwolf here as well. Farming and ranching is really a little bit on the low end here, dupe-wise. Who do we have here? Goliath. Let me check out Goliath real quick in our list. Yeah, has all the skills, but the priority was not set correctly. Let's see if we can get our critters a little bit more. Back on track here. Okay, looking decent. How are we on the heat front? Still 2 tiles down here on the bottom. Let's make sure we get rid of all the salt right here. And then we're gonna get rid of the last 2 rows, so we can get to those last 2 insulated tiles that we need to build. Up here we have our aluminum volcano, and down here we have our copper volcano. Our copper volcano already has a thermal aquatuner in it, so it just makes sense to continue building with this bad boy right here for right now, I believe. So, let's make it happen. I would say we're gonna get started with some metal tiles that we are going to plop. If I can find the metal tiles. Am I blind? There we go. What do we have here? What do we have here? I'm looking for the thermal conductivity right here. We have a 35, a 55, a 205 for aluminum. We don't have a lot of aluminum, but we can get more. We also only need 400 kilograms, so that actually works out just fine. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's exactly how much we need. That's exactly how much we have. Might as well use it. Why not? 2 more tiles right here. In shipping, we need the conveyor meter. The conveyor meter should look something like this here. We're just going to build it out of nickel. That's fine. Temperature down here is not going to be an issue. Therefore, we don't really care too much. Then in plumbing, we will need radiant liquid pipe. What are we going to make that out of? I think nickel is just fine. All the way across here. That's okay. And then, before I forget it, as usual, we need an automation wire. That lives right there. Let's make sure that happens. Holy dupery Batman! That's a lot of dupes. That is a lot of dupes. That is, in fact, a lot of dupes. But those are the rules I set for myself, I suppose. So, it is what it is. You guys decide. And if you guys want 50 dupes, then somehow we're going to end up with 50 dupes. If we can keep them all alive, now that's a whole different topic. But, at the bare minimum, we can always grab them from our printer. Okay. Yeah, down here, This here is going to be the next thing on the list, but we will need more steel for that. Can we make more steel for that? Let's take a look here. Oh, we got plenty available. Let's make 20. Or at least as many as we can. That should be just fine. Is our pipe still submerged? Yes, it is. That's totally fine. That's all it really takes right here. Because the water right here has a direct connection. So there is heat exchange going on. It's not that much heat exchange, realistically speaking, but it's heat exchange nonetheless. We could help it a little bit by ripping out here a couple of tiles before it gets too hot, might as well. Let's put in 2 pieces of ladder right here. And let's make sure that the dupes have access to the stuff here. Rip it out. So all this nice cold water here from the left can just flow over here to the right. Currently, it's mainly blocked by these 3 tiles right here. Depends on the player. I never go with 12, but some like to shoot for 100 dupes. I do like to have more dupes, or rather more dupes than less. Around the 20 mark is my personal comfort range. I like the 20 mark because stuff gets done. I can send dupes around wherever I want without too many problems on the logistics side of things. All right, this is getting done. Very good. How's everything else? Very nice. In power, can we grab us a steam turbine? Yes, sure enough, we can. And we can put in the first steam turbine right here. Gonna build it out of lead. Got so much stuff, so much of that stuff laying around, so we might as well. Next on the list, we need some power wires. Might as well put those in before it's too late. Let's grab us a conductive wire. Let's make it... I mean, lead once again is gonna be fine. At least right here, without an issue. And even in there, it would be fine. I'm still gonna be a little bit on the side of caution right here for the one piece that goes to our thermal aqua tuner, but everything else, it literally doesn't matter at all. Very, very nice. We will need more power over here. Just gonna get ready for it. So let's make it happen. Then we can go into shipping, and I don't know why I keep pausing the game for this. We can build this here live. While the game's running, nothing stopping us. Conveyor rails. What's the melting point of nickel ore? 1400 degrees. I guess that would be fine then. We need a connection that looks like this, and we need a connection that looks like this. Then over here, we are going to have our conveyor loader that needs to be built out of steel. And then back once again to our conveyor rails. Once again, gonna make it out of nickel, just because we can. Do we have iron ore? What's the difference? 100 degrees? No one cares. No one actually cares. Let's bring this here up. Bring this here over all the way to the left, and then let's start snaking all the way to right here. Here we're gonna switch over to steel, and this here is all going to be steel, all the way to right here is fine. What we don't want to do is build this one tile right here up. That is something we definitely don't want to do. Back to automation. Sorry, not automation. Back to shipping. We need a conveyor rail thermal sensor. Doesn't matter what it's made out of, that's fine. And then we need a conveyor shutoff. Here it does matter. We do need steel. And let's check it out. We have the output. Yep, that makes sense. We can build it this way around. And then one more connection right here. Plus a little bit of an automation wire. Very, very nice. And then the last automation wire needs to go over here. So we can go into plumbing and grab us the liquid pipe thermal sensor over here on the left. Very good. All of this here can be built without too much of an issue. And you know what? Let's put in the auto sweeper as well. Right here. It's just fine for our purposes. That also allows us to hook up the wires without an issue, just like that. That's basically everything that is required for this build, and now we have it. Charles says 24 is my goal on my main planet. Yep. Like I said, around the 20 mark is usually a good measure, in my opinion as well. It does help out quite drastically in the long run, in my opinion. I'm gonna set this here to 5 for right now, just so it's there. And then, you know what, let's put in the rest of the conveyor rails as well, at least all the way through here. Because once again, that is literally all it takes. Alright, the dupes are hard at work. I can't wait to see how and why the ore cooler works. You will, very shortly. Very shortly. It's not really that big of a build, especially if it's in the middle of our base. It's rather quickly completed. Let's put this in. Let's put that in. And let's put this in. That's our loop. Loop is complete. Let's make sure this here happens. Yep, just like that. Very, very good. Just one thing that I usually like to do is I kind of forgot here. Where are we going to put that thing? Liquid reservoir. We could put it up. We could put it down. Doesn't really make a difference. It does make a little bit of a difference. I don't want to break into here and deal with this chlorine here right this very moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move the ladder over by 2. And bring it up to right here. Same height. Then dig this here out. Get rid of this ladder right here. And it'll be just fine. Then we can have a little space for our liquid reservoir right in this area right here. Tiny little bit of a rebuild, but not too big of an issue at all. There we go. It's already there. We need to go in here and out there and rip the middle piece out as well. Simple, straightforward, exactly how we like it around here. Alright, dupes, you got plenty to do. How is our morale? What is wrong with Birds? Did I just give him accidentally way too many skill points? Yep, that is apparently the issue. He got all the way to pyrotechnics. That's right, we gave him pyrotechnics because we needed the blast shot so badly. Now it's biting us in the butt. We could skill scrub him. But can we get him to 20 morale? What I'm wondering. Also, we don't want to wash our hands into those directions, except here. There we go. And last but not least, this one here needs to be both directions. Just because we have the door here. If there are germs, the dupes will do. Okay, up here on top, the aluminum volcano is going to be next on the list. But first, let's make sure that the copper is done. And let's make sure there's one last tile right here that is still transferring heat drastically. And look at this here, 160, 180 degrees. Definitely don't want that in our base. So let's make sure that doesn't happen with this one last insulated tile right here. Other than that, still looks to be pretty contained. Yes, it is leaking through our insulated tiles right here. That was expected. It still will take a while until it becomes a problem. And in the high traffic areas right here where it may become a problem rather quickly, all we need to do is put in a second layer of insulated tiles and it will never ever be a problem. The word says erase my brain, then every time I pet a cute dino it'll be like I never pet them before. James says, I tried it on aluminum geyser and it failed badly. Well, if you tried it on aluminum and it failed badly, then... And I'm not trying to sound like a dick here, but then you must have done something wrong. That is the only plausible option, unfortunately. Let's set this one here to salt water and brine, by the way. That was the entire intention of that damn thing here. Kind of forgot about it, but now the dupes can actually grab all those random bottles of brine that are sitting around and can help it out. And we have Michael Mux here on Twitch with 300 bits. Thank you very much for that. Says good evening. Good evening to that to you as well. And I hope you're having a great Saturday so far. The power supply here, that's going to be a little bit of a bigger problem. Potential load is 1460 watts. It basically needs its own power supply. Let's be realistic here. How can we accomplish that? That's the bigger question. I believe I already see the solution. Yeah, the solution is going to be... No, actually, this one here already has 480 on it. This one here is a 2160. That's a problem. Not a big one, because it's only so high because of all these polyline phones right here and all these massage cables. There's a 0% chance that all of this here will be used at the same time. So therefore, I consider it a non-issue. But what we can do is, we can literally bring this line over and bring it down here. And then we can bring, let's say, yeah, what's the best possible option here? Let me think for just a second. This one here will have to be cut off and come down here eventually. So basically snip this here off, which leaves then this one here open. to come over here. There we go. That's what that should look like. You just have to build it. Let's make this here happen rather quickly in the F2 overlay, please. Can I not just do construction? Yeah. Actually, that's fine. We can just do all of this here. That's okay. And then we just snip it off once it's built. Not a big deal and not a big issue. TSC1 says, hello, just curious, have you tamed the niobium volcano? On this playthrough, of course not, but in general, yes. Yes, I have. I have indeed. Made a video about exactly how I did it a long time ago. It must be 2 years ago that I made that video. I used the the dripping method. I don't know what else to call it. I don't know if it has a name or not. The pump being not submerged in any liquid in space method. I have no idea what to call that. Okay, this here is now completed. Very good. We can get rid of the salt right here just for good measure. So we can have it out of here. It's still a little bit warm in this area, but it actually is the same temperature, basically. Yeah, there's basically no more heat added. It's basically more cooling down from the top here than anything else. That's great. That's not a big issue. And what we can do is we can promote the exchange of gases a little bit by putting in this side right here. Or better to say, ripping it out. The teleporting debris method? No, not that method. It's the, you know, where you build a pump like this here? Where it's, you can see here the outline of its area of effect, if that's what you want to call it. But what you do is, you basically put a single tile right here and then drip a fluid, just a gram at a time on here, because the pump doesn't activate if only a liquid is here. It needs to see a liquid in one of these 3 tiles or up here. If you drip a liquid onto this tile right here, it will also suck up the liquid that's down here. It's a little bit of a trick, but it works very well. I have not only used it for a niobium volcano, I have also used it for a normal volcano. That's a minor one. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. It works also for these volcanoes here. Just fine. Done that a couple times actually live on stream. Hello, can you say what would be the general rules to tame volcanoes' vents? Like what to aim to guarantee it works? Well, we're taming one right now. As a matter of fact, it's basically done here. There's only a couple more things missing. And I can show you exactly how we're doing it. The goal is, of course, well, I guess the goal is always to extract whatever the volcano releases. It can be a little bit different for your normal volcanoes that don't actually put out any kind of metal. Here you can opt for more power or for more igneous rock. It really depends on what you're looking for. But for example, right here, for the copper volcano, the goal is to capture 100% of the output and make sure that we are getting output 100% of the time. The hard part when I try to tame a volcano is usually end up with too much steam pressure. Well, that is something that we are going to work on right now. The math is super simple. So for this particular build here, we are taking the interior size. The interior size is 30 tiles. What I'm always aiming for is 50 kilograms per tile. Now, if we want 50 kilograms per tile of steam in here, we need to have a layer of water down here worth 150 kilograms. This is exactly 10 wide. 150 kilograms times 10 makes 1500. If you divide 1500 by 30, you get 50. So we get 50 kilograms per tile right in here. It's pretty straightforward. Rules to make sure it works. I mean, rules to make sure it works are at least 50 kilograms of steam pressure and less than 150. That will ensure it works. If you're below 50, your steel components will overheat. If you're above 150, your copper volcano will overpressure. Both things you want to avoid. Okay, but let's keep building here. Let me take a quick look here to make sure I didn't forget anything in the F2 overlay. That's fine right here. Not a big issue. Everything is connected to power. In the F6 overlay, we have our loop, and it's complete with our bypass down here on the bottom for our thermal aqua tuner. That is also, of course, highly important. The bypass is needed, or the water will not constantly flow. As soon as the thermal aqua tuner here turns off, it would also stop the flow of water. With this little bypass that I built right here, that is a non-issue. Okay, automation. Do I have all the automation wires in? I am very good at forgetting automation wires, and I am painfully aware of it. So let's make sure that's not an issue. Igneous rock, we only have 4,100 kilograms. That's not a lot, but thankfully, our friend Demolior brought us a good amount that's right here, easily accessible, and not even that insanely hot. So very, very soon, we will dig our teeth into all of this wonderful, wonderful igneous rock as well. That's gonna be good. Okay, back to the volcano though. We need to start bringing water, or we can start bringing water. Number 9, enable water bottle, let's make it happen. And then, like I said, let's clean first. Like I said, I am aiming for roughly 150 kilograms per tile down here on the bottom. TSC says I had the volcano erupt in vacuum to a lower level, so it doesn't block itself and auto-mines to collect debris, but that loses half the mass. That is correct. That does lose half the mass, and that's the downside of it. And don't add heavy power tiles to leak heat outside. Yes, that is also another reason why we have to use these ones right here, so we are not leaking heat outside. Definitely don't want to do that. Did we build our power wires now? Yes, we did. So we can start snipping. This one here looks a little bit funky, but it will work. This one here also looks a little bit funky, but it'll work. And then last but not least, lay it once again. Let's bring it down all the way to right here. Let's go through the floor. So it looks at least somewhat neat, if you can't even call it that. And connect it up right here. That's what we want. And then last but not least, let's get rid of these two for a good measure. Might as well. All right. Now the dupes are just going to bring by bottles. If you have a water line nearby, like this one right here, we could have just brought that over. I did kind of forget that we had that one nearby. Not going to lie. That would have been much faster. So if you have a water line nearby, that is the better option. But in our case right here, the bottle emptier will do just fine. Francis here says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Francis, and thanks for joining today. Glad to see you. Usually I just release a bit of pressure till it works. I'll be sure to try and remember 50 kilograms per tile. That's the number. That's the number. That's the steam number. Keep that in mind. 50 kilograms of steam per tile. Not the water number. For this particular build, the water number is 150. If you build it differently, of course, the math will change. What we also need is, we need to fill our loop right here. We need some polluted water or something along that line. It doesn't really matter, it's just copper. We could theoretically even use salt water for it. We could not use normal water, that would be a little bit of a problem. Do we have polluted water nearby anywhere? Or do I literally have to go all the way from our infinite storage? Sure as hell looks like it, because I don't see anything that would be any closer. Nope. Of course. Okay. What are you? Okay, you are the liquid pipe that we used for the petroleum. So we can reutilize you. What is the simplest, fastest way to get over there? Probably, we have to come all the way down here. But it's just a temporary pipe. It also doesn't matter what it's built out of, to be very honest, because we're going to rip it back out the moment we're done. And I'm just going to leave something open so it doesn't immediately start filling. Where is my bridge at? There it is. Bring that over. And we're just going to snip it off somewhere. So we can fill it whenever I want. Pile break and water tank? What happened here? How did that break? That's nowhere near enough water. It's only 6 tiles high to damage an insulated tile. It must have come from below here somehow. And I believe it has something to do with our saltwater geyser here that is clearly erupting right now, even though it shouldn't. I have a hard feeling about that. Something fishy is going on with this saltwater geyser here. Seeing Demolior crash makes me want to try a gigantic sauna. I mean, that would be an option up here. It would definitely be a gigantic. Should I put some airflow tiles around it? Maybe. Yeah, where's the pressure damage? The pressure damage is from the bottom. Most definitely. That's crazy. Yeah, we will have no choice but to put some airflow tiles here. Which is okay. Because the game is doing something that it definitely shouldn't. There is no reason. You should not erupt right now. There are 1,100 kilograms of salt water in the output port. And now you're saying overpressured, yeah? Something fishy is going on here. But, of course, airflow tiles will fix the bug. I was talking around the geyser, but that works as well. I don't know if around the geyser would help us much. But this will stop this here from breaking. So that will most definitely work. If we don't have some nonsense going on over here, at least. If I make those also airflow tiles, just preemptively, probably. You know what? Let's be safe before we are sorry. And let's do it this way around. And the only problem is that we now have heat transfer quite drastically on top of that. I may have to put the airflow tiles literally one further out and keep the insulated tiles in here. Because yeah, our water just heated up a little bit. It's not a big deal. We have so much ice in here that it literally won't matter. But still though, we do not want that to happen. Because there's carbon dioxide in here, and carbon dioxide will happily transfer heat. So let's make sure we prevent that from happening. So now the only tile that would potentially have a problem is right here. Choa says, I've seen a polluted water geyser erupting and being fully submerged in my game as well. Could it be bugged or the overpressure mechanics changed? I don't know. It could be one or the other, potentially both, as far as I know. Because I have no idea. As far as I know, it shouldn't be happening, but it is. I mean, we can see it with our own eyeballs, and we can see it. We're already above 150 kilograms, but we are still below 300, so it's not a big deal. Below 450, actually, not 300. We can rip out the bottle empty. We don't need it anymore. That's fine. We can now plop in this insulated tile right here, and then put the second steam turbine over here on the right where it belongs. Yes, a little bit more water is coming in. Sure, why not? Why not? Like I said, 50 kilograms is the low point, the minimum. More than that is fine. 150 is the high point. That's what we're aiming. We will need a little bit of plumbing right here. Not plumbing, sorry. Wiring. Heavy conductive wire. I'm just going to put it in here for right now. Let's make it out of lead. That's fine. I'm not going to hook it up to anything right now because it's a little bit of a pass to get over there, so we are going to waste a little bit of energy with it. So in this particular case, the goal would be to get all of the energy and all of the copper. We will leave the energy behind for the time being, but we will change that eventually. Do you control steam temperature in Volcano setups? In this one right here? No. Not at all. Nope. In this case right here, what it is what it is. The steam turbines run whenever they run. Couldn't care less about that in this particular build here. Okay, so far so good. Now there's only one thing missing, and that is of course the output port. Output port, we're gonna come down here, over, down, and then we're gonna bring it all the way over to here. Let's build us our liquid vent. And then our bridge, and we are good to go. Very simple, very straightforward, and not a problem at all. Dragon32 is here. Dragon, thank you very much for joining. Truly appreciate you joining in today. How are you doing? When you have mixed liquids and gases floating about, weird things can happen. Yeah, I did notice that tile right here. It is a brine tile, but it shouldn't be the output port. Unless the game is looking right here, can't find it, and pushes it down here, which then in turn pushes it out left or right. Is that what's happening here potentially? Kind of like a hydro setup. I mean, that's kind of like a hydro setup works. I guess that could be a possibility. It can't find the output, or it's overpressured at that one port, but the next one beside it is open. Maybe that's what it is. Ahmed is here. Hello, Beer. Happy to see you streaming. Missed your calm voice. It's always glad to hear. Yes, I'm back from vacation. Streams are resuming. And streams are not just resuming on Saturdays, but more than ever before. I have so many games I want to play. So many games I want to play. And I have now made time during the weeks in the evening. So it's going down. Yeah. Okay, this here's now fine. Everything has been built. Last but not least, in the F6 overlay, we should see something. Unless we don't. Because we can't reach that one tile right here. That is an actual problem. How are we going to get up there? Here. That's how we're going to get up there. And right here, it looks like we're out of igneous. I really don't care what you build it out of. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Build it out of granite. Not like this, though. Like this is fine. Up here on the top, you can't go anywhere. Yeah, let's make sure. This happens rather quickly. Please, dupes. Not the manual airlock, though. And then let's make sure we fill up our liquid reservoir. That is the last step that we need. The right side here. We can already close off. And as soon as we have the thermal aqua tuner up and running, we are going to build the rest of our conveyor rail right here. And that should be the end of it. Well, actually, it's not the end of it. Because we still need to build this conveyor rail here out. And we're going to bring it all the way up to our infinite storage, but I don't remember where it's at. There it is. All the way over here. That's totally fine. With a conveyor chute on the top. Just plopping it straight into our infinite storage. That is totally okay the way it is. And it looks like the rest of our piping is now coming in. You should be reachable, I believe. Just somebody needs to bring the granite. There we go. All right. The pump. Does it actually have power? No, pump doesn't have power. But that's okay. If the pump doesn't have power, we can just at least temporarily supply it with something like this here. And then snip it back off when we don't need it. So we don't waste it. Stress is a bit high. Yes, stress is still a bit high. Because I'm sending the dupes down here constantly. What we also need to do, I believe, when I look into our F1 overlay, let's make it F4. We have all this random chlorine right here, all this carbon dioxide, even though our base is fully pressured. Now, why is that? Well, I strongly believe it's exchange of gases problem. Right here, we're choking it down to 2 tiles. I strongly believe if I rip out these 2 tiles, and these 4 tiles, and all of these tiles, plus of course, once we can, these tiles right here, a lot of this stuff here will sink further down, and we are supplying more of our base with oxygen, and the dupes don't have to run around in chlorine gas and other nonsense. So let's see if that works out the way that I imagine. It will. Yes. That is why we don't have any flow yet. Also, once it's built, no point anymore in holding it back. Just gotta get this here in, and it'll be just fine. Pump is pumping. Perfect. Here comes our polluted water. It's totally fine. We're just gonna fill it up. We're gonna start it up in our thermal aqua tuner right here. We'll start cooling it down, basically, right away. Very, very good. The only thing that I'm realizing is it would have been smarter to do it like this. Let's do it really quickly, please. Out of igneous, sure, do we have enough for those 4 pieces of pipe? Probably not. Probably not. I should probably go ahead and make them out of granite right away. Yep, that's what I expected. Let's try it one more time. Let's bring it in to the input and not to the output. What about the carbon dioxide inside? We will need a pump right here. That will have to happen very soon here as well. But first, let's make sure that our system here is up and ready to go. Very good. Couple more pieces. Might as well put the pump in right now. Not gonna hurt anything. Where do we have it? Not the mini gas pump, but the vacuum pump, which is gonna plop one right here. That's gonna be good enough for our purposes. And ventilation, the gas pipe, just over here, for the gas vent. It's fine. And then the power is gonna come up here. There we go, thermal tuner is running, that's okay. I think we should be able to capture the next eruption cycle. Let me cut this here off. There we go, because what I really want to fill is the reservoir. That's the important part. And we're going to fill it relatively high. We have polluted water. It's not like we have a shortage, so we might as well use it in case we ever want to expand this cooling loop to something else in any way, shape, or form that's nearby, including the entire base. If we have to, we have that option. For what are the metal tiles below the volcano? These are the entirety of our metal cooling. These 4 tiles here are solely responsible for cooling all of the copper that's coming out of here. That's their purpose. How it works, you will see very shortly. Why is this thing already running? I'm not entirely sure. What I wanted to do is this and this, please. And when you were wondering, we will probably need another one over here, not just probably, because this one drop of water right here is what actually creates a vacuum on the left side. We will have to do something very similar here on the right. That's going to be a bigger problem, actually. One that I didn't consider. I should have done that earlier. But we can still fix it in a different manner. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put insulated tiles in here as anyway. Can we stop building stuff out of igneous rock if you don't have it, please? Not out of sedimentary, build it out of granite. There we go. Over here on the right side, then over here on the left side, I'm just going to put in 2 extra tiles. That should be, well, I think we need a third one actually. I'm not completely mistaken. Either way, we will see here in a second, because we're just going to utilize our airlock door. Kind of forgot about the right side. Should have done that before we put the auto sweeper in. But it's okay. This vacuum pump here will still take care of all of it without a big issue. Okay, very good. This thing here is basically full. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to snip off the line. Right here. Empty it out. Put the rest that's still in the pipe into the reservoir. And be done with it. Okay. And then last but not least, we will utilize our airlock door. That can live actually right here. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine for the time being. For our purposes, it's good enough. We just need one more thing, and that is of course a conductive wire. The conductive wire, in fact, should be built before the airlock door. Now let's reduce it. Can you mop that tile? I can't mop the tile. I can also just rip it out. And that's exactly what we're going to do here in a second. And once this here is built, you know what, we are going to mop it. Screw it. Make it happen. We can already start pumping. There's plenty here. Not going to be a big deal. Your design is brilliant, but I don't know why you use pea water for cooling. What else would you use, Ahmed? And it's a genuine question. What else would you use? Did you just see that? There is some weird behavior going on. With dupes doing things through locations that they shouldn't be able to do. It's not a second time that I've seen it on screen live. The airlock door is a mod. And if you build the airlock door first, it's impossible to build the wire in here. Dupes are wall hacking? Yes, the dupes are freaking wall hacking. That's exactly what's happening here. The dupes are wall hacking. Petroleum or nectar is just better. Petroleum? I mean, nectar is better. Petroleum? I mean, what are we trying to accomplish here, right? And why are you just standing? What are we trying to accomplish here? We are not trying to do anything crazy. All we are trying to do is cool down a tiny little bit of copper and 2 steam turbines. We don't need anything more than polluted water. Okay, this is good. And can come out. We have to pump out now a little bit more. Again, my mistake. Shit happens, but shit can also be rectified. On Rhineland is 100% correct. Petroleum has a much lesser heat capacity than waters. That is true. It also has a lower freezing point, so we could cool it down to a lower temperature. But again, there is no point in doing so. Also, we can set these here up properly now. We are going to say, send a green signal to our thermoaquatuna if the temperature of the water is above -5 degrees. Our thermoaquatuna, if nothing has changed while I was gone, cools down every blob of water, or liquid, I can't say water, any blob of liquid by 14 degrees Celsius. 14 degrees Celsius and -5 degrees Celsius gives us a total of -19. And polluted water, let's check it out. There's a freezing point of -20.6. No potential that anything bad could ever happen. No problem whatsoever, and that is of course exactly what we want here. So this here will run for probably another half a cycle or so, and then it should be good. We just have to put in another tile at that point, rip out this one piece of coal, which will be picked up by our auto sweeper, so it's not going to be sitting in here as debris. But before we do that, we have to rip out the vacuum pump and get that out, because that is not reachable by our auto sweeper. That is important. Okay, so far we are looking pretty decent. And I guess while we are waiting for this here, there's not a hell of a lot stopping us from building basically the exact same thing up here one more time, because aluminum is something that we desperately need and want. The earlier the better, preferably. And once we have it up here, we will also be able to make our way over here to the right side. Also, this volcano right here apparently has molten itself all the way through all this ice right here. And I strongly believe once this here turns into steam, it will be higher than 150 kilograms per tile. Okay. Up here on the top, how much steel do we have? 2,200 kilograms. That's actually fine. We can go into utilities and grab us another one of our friends here, of our thermoaquatunas, and plop it right here. And then we can build our bypass right away with insulated liquid pipes. Once again, I have to go igneous here. But at least for that, we should have enough, I hope. We may have to get over here. Do we have anywhere more igneous that I can grab? Yes, right here. Yeah, we will have to do it, because it's the only source that we have until we get out there, and that will be another few minutes. So let's make sure that we dig this here just up as is. Not a big deal. The temperature in here, yeah, the ice is not going to melt. It's not going to be a problem. We're just going to grab the igneous and get out of there. It says, well, it's all about the uptime the aquatuna will run, so you would want to reduce it, that's all. I guess there are several different ways to think about it. But I can guarantee you that petroleum is worse in basically every regard except for absolute potential negative temperature. Other than that, yeah. Your polluted water will be much, much better in most use cases due to the specific heat capacity. There are some space-exposed tiles, so it won't. What? What won't? I didn't get your comment, TSZ. Is there a way to make exact copies of a volcano in the sandbox? No. There is no way to make an exact copy. It's randomized every time you create one in sandbox mode. Okay. Yep, we are getting the igneous that we need. Very good. We can build the rest up here very, very soon. We are going to get this water here out, though, just because I would like to have a much more controlled environment, if at all possible, than just random liquids floating around with random amounts. That is never a good thing. There we go. Get that stuff out of here. Also, it helps if you don't have to walk around in it constantly. The right side right here, I think I am going to block off right now. So we can put some oxygen up here. That's where we need it eventually. So we might as well put it right there. Which means this manual airlock door here can also be ripped out again. There we go. There's some space. Oh, there are some space-exposed tiles. The volcano won't overpressure. You're correct. This thing here will just run forever. It will become a problem eventually. But it will still cool down a lot with this amount of water right here before it becomes a problem. That V-Sword seems eager to help build the volcano. Well, eventually it will have to go in favor of a steam turbine. That's at least the general idea. The right side we have already built, so we might as well put in the roof in as well. Yeah, that's just what it will have to be. For right now, let me think about this here for 1 second. We're gonna have our exit right here. Yeah, above here, I really don't care too much. Nope, do not care. I was just thinking about where we're gonna put our liquid reservoir eventually, and the answer is gonna be very simple. It's gonna live exactly right there. We're just gonna build our ladders around here, and up to the top. Which means these two here can go. We won't need them anymore once all this here is built. Because the dupes can just go up here. Like this. Can I see your temp overview? Of course you can see the temp overview. This is what we are currently working with. We were prepared and put in insulated tiles all around our impact zone beforehand. With the exception of this tiny little area right here. We had to fix that up later on at the beginning of the stream. But now we have it, and now it's good. No problem at all. Poor thing, it was born with that sole purpose. Yes, we are gonna keep it around as long as we can, but eventually, it will have to go. How are we doing down here? Yeah. Yeah. Could be better. It's going a little bit slower than expected, but the problem is that this thing here will erupt. Well, would that actually be that big of an issue? Well, I don't want to risk it. Don't want to risk it. It's not worth it. We have the time. 22 grams left down here. I think that's totally okay. We could put in another one up here to help out. That is probably the best idea that I can come up with at this moment. Just to speed up the process a little bit so we can see this thing here in action a little bit faster and concentrate on the other one. We just need to come out here. Put a gas vent in. And be done with it. So both of them can work together. That should make it a little bit faster, a little bit easier. Just need to tell the dupes to do it now. I think pea water is a great resource that is abundant in the early game. We also seem to be doing okay with power. Yep, I think we are okay on that front. I still need to get over to this thing here. We should probably get started on that, as a matter of fact. We have a carbon dioxide vent that is really doesn't matter. What's the easiest, best way to get through here, though? That's the question. We have the heat here. We have the steam up here. This thing here is fighting with itself and trying to figure out what it's going to do. It's mainly overpressured, as expected. Good. We can't just walk straight in here. We have a little bit of chlorine gas that will also go to the bottom of our base. Let's get rid of those extra tiles here that I mentioned earlier. Can we already see a meaningful difference? Not quite yet, but I think we are getting there. We can see that the carbon dioxide is getting lower. We can definitely see that. It was literally stuck up here. We had polluted oxygen all the way to right there. Once those last tiles here are gone, the carbon dioxide will flow downwards together with the rest of the chlorine in the base. It's going to be good. Output of hot steam vent makes me sad. Wait, what are you doing in here? Oh. That's what you're doing in here. Whoopsie daisy. Kind of forgot that we should probably leave that open so the dupes can go left and right. That's somewhat important, not gonna lie. Somewhat important. But it's okay now. Did we build our second vacuum pump? Yes, we did, but we are overpressured in this one tile right here. Cool. That is a great. Can we fix that, please? Will that one tile fix it? Kinda, sorta. Yep. Good. Second pump's running. That's fine. And we should now have a vacuum in here. Rather quickly, I would argue. Don't you have a gas crash pipe nearby? I do actually have a gas crash pipe nearby. I forgot about that, kitty. I completely forgot about that. Not gonna lie once again. Completely forgot about it. But that is fine. Now it's too late. Now there's so little that it literally won't matter anymore. We're talking about milligrams here. A few more seconds, and this is done. We can also open another blueprint. How many do we have? 6 more. Holy cow. We need to open this here at a faster cadence to get them all open by the end of the stream. Let's see. Pedal checkers. I don't think we had that one. That's nice. Martin Delp is here, says, great, I caught you live again. Have you already told us how your vacation in our beautiful homeland was? I hope it was good. And how was the food? And especially the beer. Yes, we talked about it briefly. I had a great time visiting friends, family. The food, of course, highlight every year when I'm going. And the beer. Yep, the beer. Went out to a festival in my hometown. Dimitri's. You are not a smart dude, are you? Not a smart dude, indeed. But yes, had a great time. Went out to a festival in my hometown. We had Bürgerfest, if that tells you anything. Great time. Definitely a great time. Mostly, it's always great to see my dad. Definitely don't get enough time with him. We're waiting down there for it to be finished. Let's keep on going up here now that we have our resources once again. Look at that, 14.5 tons worth of igneous rock. Now we can do some damage here. Very, very good. Let's make it happen. If I can grab the pipe, please. Apparently not. Well, then let's do it manually. Bring this down. Bring it back into here, all the way up to the top. And the same is true for over here, all the way up to the top. For right now, that's going to be good enough. And as a matter of fact, there's not a hell of a lot stopping us from actually coming all the way up to the top. And getting rid of this mega front right here. Eventually it will have to go. The Weesworth, again, we're going to leave it for the time being. And then over here, I'm going to plop in 3 more insulated tiles and come over here. Just so we don't run into any trouble with this brine ice right here. We will not be able to get up there. At least not yet. But we can do this here. And we can do this here. And that will allow us to do what we need to do. No problems, no issues. All good. The general outline is done. And it should be done. And it should be fine. Also, I haven't looked in our blueprints here in a second. We have lime, 150 kilograms. Very nice. We have Joshua, with supplying and rocketry. Is skilled in exosuit training, a tier 3 skill. But at the same time also has decreased athletics. So he gets a -5 here and he gets a +2 right here. That's amazing. We have a Maya with ranching, +9. Has a green thumb and is a kitchen menace. And then we have Bert with researching. He's a quick learner, has a bottomless stomach, and is biohazardous. Those are the 4 options we have available, plus the reject all button on the bottom. As always, let me know in chat what you guys think we should do. And that is, of course, exactly what's going to happen in the end. Okay. A little bit more. Now we're pumping chlorine. We are basically done with the carbon dioxide. There's just a tiny little bit left over here. That is also going to go momentarily. No problem at all. Let's also rip out these 2 tiles right here just for good measure. There we go. Hopefully the gas vent here will stay open a little bit longer now and a little bit more frequent. Let me put it that way. Come on. Get rid of it. Again, I apologize. That is clearly my mistake. Forgot about the right side over here. I had such a great plan. And I forgot about those freaking 10 tiles on the right. But either way, we will get there. Alright, looking at the votes between YouTube and Twitch, I would argue the lime is winning by quite a big margin. And that's good. How are we doing up here? Looks like we did what we had to do. We still have our polluted water. Very good. Let's get us a little bit more steel in here. Let's make us another 10 of those suckers. Why not? Not a ton. Just for good measure. Never ever hurts. Yeah, right here, this area was all the way full with chlorine. Slowly but steadily, it's getting further down. It's just a question of time. Carbon dioxide will make its way further down and further down. Without a problem now. Now that we have all, or everything here filled up with airflow tiles all the way through, and given it a nice wide space, it is going to happen. No question about it. Alright, how close are we? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Are we in the vacuum generation phase? Looks like we are down here in the bottom. Are we in the top as well? We still have a little bit up here. But it should become a vacuum here right now. Very, very good. It all just disappears. And poof, it's gone. Very good. Now, we can get rid of all the piping. Don't need it anymore. Across the board. Gas vent. Also, don't need it. Vacuum pump. Don't need it. And then, in power. Don't need that either. The only thing we can't do is actually rip out our airlock door. That we still need. So let's make sure that stays until everything else here is complete. Alright. Let's make sure that we clean up after ourselves here. Everything needs to go. Dupes are hard at work. What happened to Barris? And why are you running around and not in a triage cot? Seriously though, what did happen to Barris? How did he take damage? I honestly don't know. Unless he tried to play with our poke shells up here. Don't know why he would do so, but I truly don't know where he took damage. Okay. It's all good. Everything's ready to roll. Let's go ahead and turn this here on. Plastic. Yeah, it's into storage, but I don't know where the storage is. You know, in a worst case scenario, we may not have a plastic storage right this second. Let me check this here out. Do we have plastic turned on? Nope, we do not. I figured we don't. even though it didn't show the error, but I don't think we have an actual storage for it. So let's change that right away. We could just relocate it. I was thinking the same thing, but then I was like, the only option where it could go is, of course, up top in our infinite storage, and it wasn't set up for that. Okay, in here, let me double check one last time. This here is all good, exactly as it should be in F2. In F6, this here is exactly as it should be. All across the board. Don't need this anymore. Let's snip it off and get rid of it. That's fine. In automation, we already checked that, but, you know, I am a person that double checks things because I don't trust anyone, including and especially myself. All right, let's make it happen, Captain. Rip out the coal. Oh, please don't. Please do not. And please make this here happen as soon as you can. All right, down here in the bottom. Oh, there's one more thing that we need, actually. Almost forgot about that. Conveyor rail. Made out of steel. This one tile right here. Highly, highly important. Highly, highly important. That is, of course, something we need. The onus is here, get the job done. Or not. Just sitting there. Yes, a little bit of steam will be generated most likely, but that's fine. And now, let's put in our insulated pile right here. Yeah, the problem is that we need a little bit of steam in here. Wait, is there not a break in the connection? Why is our stuff not moving? That's why. What happened here? That's odd. Did I forget to hook that up? Probably. Must have, because otherwise it would have been going already. Okay, so let's take a look here. We have it currently set to send a green signal if above 6.9 degrees. When we take a look at how this here actually works is, if we are sending a green signal, we are telling the conveyor shutoff to send it back around. So we need to say, send a green signal if above, let's say, 200 degrees Celsius. If our copper, or anything else for that matter, is hotter than 200 degrees Celsius, we are going around and around. Once that is not the case anymore, this output is blocked. That's what this here is for. We're going to come down to the bottom. We have a bridge right here. The bridge is only here to direct the flow of the material. And we're going to come down here to our conveyor meter. That is the general plan right now. So let's see if we can make this here happen. And let's see if somebody builds this insulated tile here while we're at it. And we can see it in the appropriate overlay that we are already taking out all of our materials. Of course, it's a little bit convoluted here in the beginning because it's all the stuff that our auto sweeper here picked up, but it's not a problem whatsoever. Our thermoactive tuner is going to be running basically indefinitely until our water reaches -5 degrees. Lower than -5 degrees. That's what this sensor here is set up for. And once that happens, it will just turn off and the water will just freely rotate around. Very good. Our water temperature is also increasing. We should see steam here very, very soon. And also see in our S3 overlay what that currently looks like. So yeah. Shouldn't conveyor be connected with a bridge after shutoff so it doesn't eject random hot debris? Wait, what? Shouldn't the conveyor be connected with a bridge after the shutoff? But it is connected with a bridge after the shutoff. We don't need one up here. Because we only have the output, it's going to an input. So that loop here is totally fine. There is not a bridge required inside. Only on the bottom we need it. Because we would go from an output, or sorry, from an input to another input. And what the debris does, it's just going to go back and forth here forever. Because it wants to go to the right and here. And then it's like, oh wait, here's another input. I want to go here, so it goes back. And it does that over and over. Okay, looks good. Everything's fine. We emptied it out. A few more degrees and we will see steam. Also, this airlock door here is now not required anymore. We don't care anymore if this here is now a vacuum or not. That literally makes no difference. You know what? Actually, let's leave it here. Because if this here is a vacuum, there is just no transfer of the cold, better to say, or the heat from our water. So that should be easy. Demetrius is here, says, good evening everyone, that was a surprise stream I didn't expect. Good to see you back online, BierTier. That was a surprise stream you didn't expect. Saturday is my normal day. I just took off another week and last week because I just honestly needed it, not gonna lie. After being back from Germany and being jet-lagged and everything, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take one more extra day for myself or one more extra weekend. But now, we're back in the game. And Katrina Connelly is here. Katrina, nice to see you. Thank you very much for joining today. We have Steam. We are at about 100 kgs right now. A little bit lower than that. Like I said, I put in a little bit too much water. There we go. It should go down. And we should end up at, yeah, roughly 60 is what I expected. Because we did put in just a little bit too much water. Not a hell of a lot. But we are now at 65 kilograms, which is perfectly within our range. No problem whatsoever. Okay, let's watch this here. With only copper, no random debris, we have the steam. Everything is exactly as it should be. Our steam turbine here should turn on momentarily once we reach 125 degrees. With the door there, the dupes will bring chips. No, I turned the chips off. This is the allowed tinker down here. It's not allowed, but they're not gonna do it. Currently, we're literally only using the steam turbines to delete heat and not to generate power. We're not using it for anything. So yeah. What's that above the liquid reservoir? This is called the airlock door. It is a mod. This is not in the game. But let's check it out real quick here. That's what we actually wanted to see, is temperature-wise. So the temperature is set to 200 degrees, so we can't just make a good assumption that the temperature is going to be around 200 degrees when it comes out of here. But let's see what the temperature is once we get it over here on the left side. Currently, it's going to be a little bit higher because our polluted water is at 5 degrees. But even at 5 degrees, we will see we are at a whooping 2.1 degrees. And Dimitri, thank you very much for becoming a supporter on the YouTube channel. I truly, truly appreciate that. So yeah, right here, we can see it. Even with the water temperature nowhere near where we wanted it to be, it is still at a more than reasonable temperature. There we go. -2 degrees, 0 degrees, 1 degree, and the entire eruption is about to be out. Are we gonna hit 10 degrees? I doubt it. Are we gonna hit 5 degrees? I'm not even sure about that. No, we're not even gonna see 5. Yeah. Oh yeah. Once again, proven live on stream that the system still works. We have 4 metal tiles right here combined with a handful of radiant liquid pipes. And that is it. All it takes. I mean, out of every build that I have ever made, by far, by a lot, I believe strongly that this is my best. I just love this thing so much. But yeah, we need another one for our aluminum. We have now a constant supply of copper, which is very nice, but aluminum is the real game changer because of this high, not specific heat capacity, heat transfer. That's what I mean. That is what makes it so incredibly valuable. So let's put it in. Let's see if we can use gold maybe. What is the highest here? You can see it right here. Thermal conductivity of aluminum, 410. Gold, 120. Nickel, 180. Here, lead, 70. Iron, 110. Like, it pales absolutely in comparison to any other metal that we have available. Aluminum is the absolute king in the ring. And that's why we want this aluminum here so badly. Thermal conductivity. Yes, that was the word that I was looking for so desperately. Thank you. What are we going to use for this nonsense here, though? Nickel is going to be fine. Radiant liquid pipes, not like that. And once again, I am going to just build this thing here out while the game's running. That's totally fine. The dupes can do whatever the hell they want. I really don't care too much. We're going to start it in shipping, and we're going to grab us a conveyor loader made out of steel in the right corner. Conveyor shut off. made out of steel right beside it. And then a conveyor rail thermal sensor made out of literally anything right beside that. That's it. Then we're going to go into shipping. Auto sweeper, once again, made out of steel. Up here on the top, that's where it's going to live. You can see the range of it stops right here in this tile. That's all we need. The aluminum will never spill out any further than that. And then we can also put in the railing. The railing usually takes the longest because only engineers can build it. So putting that in early is always a good thing. Let's make sure we get all the way to here. Almost built it too far. We are a little bit low on steel, so I need to build this entire thing here in one go. Because if I don't, it will swap over its material. So let's make it happen. And then rip out once again this one tile right here. We're making steel, so it's coming. Eventually it will show us that we have too little, but that's fine. We will circumvent that without a big issue. And then in power, one more time, we need conductive wires built out of lead. Once again, that is totally okay. Coming through here, coming all the way over. And then let's switch it over to iron or whatever is inside, just to be safe. Is it necessary? No, it really, really isn't. By any stretch of the imagination, to be realistic, but just to be safe. Stress about to pop. It's been hovering there the entire time. We really haven't done a hell of a lot about it. We probably should, though. Alright. We have once again the choice for you guys. We have Cinnabar ore. 2,000 kilograms worth. We currently have 53 tons of it. We have an Ari. With ranching and decorating, is frostproof, a gourmet, and has a small bladder. Then we have Otto. With cooking and tidying, is an animal lover, has noodle arms, but is a shabby dresser. And Camille is interested in researching, is an early bird, is uncultured, and has a bottomless stomach. Those are our 4 options, plus a reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you guys think. I'm going to tally it up, and that's what we are going to do. And also keep in mind, we're currently at 20 dupes. Just throwing that out there. Okay, up here, construction is going great, as always. Always nice to watch the dupes build one of those things. I personally enjoy it, at least. Put one up here. Why not? Again, Weesworth, you're gonna be the last thing to die. Everything else around you will get annihilated, but you get to live a tiny little bit longer. Yeah, sure. Okay. This time around, though, we're gonna have the vacuum in mind. Also, conveyor rail will have to come out of here, all the way through. And let's see if we can also bring that all the way into our base. Let me, before I go any further, what's the best possible course of action here? Looks like we just connect it up here. Bring it through here. Up there. And in. That's fine. That'll most definitely get the job done. In shipping, once again, the conveyor meter is going to live down here on the bottom with 4 wonderful tiles of metal. Once again, it would be nice to have aluminum right now. We don't have it, so we need to use the next best thing. Let's see. Thermal conductivity-wise, it's probably going to be nickel once again. Sure enough. Let's make it happen. And then insulated tile on the other side. Then in plumbing, can't forget about the liquid pipe thermal sensor that lives here. And then the 3 automation wires that we need. Here, here, and there. Perfect. Yeah, have you checked out the new Iridium? No, not really. We just got it. I have looked at it briefly, I think, but that was 4 weeks ago, so again, not gonna lie, I do not remember what exactly this stuff is all about. It becomes molten iridium, that's cool. Ooh, it has a melting temperature of 2400 degrees. Does that make it a viable steel substitute? I wonder. You can feed it to random stuff, and that's about it. What's the thermal conductivity of that stuff? 170. That's not too shabby. Specific heat capacity of 0.131. Also not too shabby. And it has an overheat temperature of plus 500 degrees. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, that's nice. That is most definitely a steel substitute. I mean, if you have an early access to it, that's a game changer. All right, let me check. We have one vote for Symbor ore, one vote for auto, not a for ore, not a for the ore. Yeah, the ore is definitely winning outright. Good choice. Good choice. Let's bring this here down one more, because we will have to put in one more row of piles right here, just to keep the heat exchange low. Better than steel indeed, yes. Alright, dupes, you got plenty to build. Let's make it happen. And here on the bottom, still everything is okay, just making sure. I don't see how it wouldn't be. I'm not concerned. The stress is still way, way too high. I am considering plopping in a skill scrubber, just to get our highest dupes a little bit of a relief. What does that thing need power? 480 watts? Not that it matters too much. I think I'm gonna plop one down here, just so we have it available. Not planning on using it just quite yet, but eventually it may become a good idea. For our top 3 dupes up there maybe, or top 2, Dimitri, 3C and Chasen, redoing their skills may be a decent idea. Shake the stress out of them. That is kind of what's happening here. With our massage tables. But they're not allowed to go in there until they reach 90, I believe I told them. Yeah, from 90 to 70. I guess we could put that a little bit lower. Let's make it 80 to 50. See if that at least temporarily holds us over. I should have probably copied those settings over, shouldn't I? Let's see what that does. At least temporarily. And then up here, we can already start getting this here out. It's gonna be good. You have a lot of dupes, maybe let them dream for the rest of the colony. That is also something that I actually have never done. I'm not gonna lie, once again, I have never actually used the, I mean, not to the fullest extent at least. I've used them, but not to anything meaningful. The Somnium synthesizer, there we are. I have never used that thing to its fullest capacity. I, at least in theory, know how to do it, but I have never actually done it. Not where we have it, basically have dupes just sleeping 24/7 and creating dreams. That version of it, never utilized it. Up here we still have some oxygen. It's not a lot, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Takes 5 dupes and just food and O2. We could definitely make something like that happen, yeah? If that is a general wish. They do give a very good boost, even. I would agree with that. Just something that I just never have attempted. I don't know really why or why not. There's not a good reason for or against it, but yeah. Just something that I have never done too much with. All of those story things I have never done too much with, I believe. I've made biobots before. Like, for example, the Hermit. I have never actually released a Hermit. I've never once done that. Even though it's easy as pie, I just never have, because it was never on my priority list. There were so many other things that always seemed more interesting or more important at the time that was just nothing that I ever truly attempted. But now all this here is built, I believe. Yep. Let's make this here happen. Not like this, please. But like this. There we have it. And then once again up on the top, we can finish that up as well. In plumbing, we will need 2 conduction panels that live this way around. One right here, and the other one should live. Here's the wall, 1, 2, 3. And bring this in, bring this in. Can't do that yet, or we're gonna rip it out. Told you guys I'm gonna keep it alive as long as I can, and I will. Right here, that's the middle one, 2 tiles. The other one is right here. We're gonna come down, over, down. And we can put in a liquid vent as well, right away. Nothing stopping us from doing so. Where's my bridge at? I can scroll, I can find it maybe. There it is. And put it in like this. Is automation in? I don't know. Did I put the automation wires in? Yes, automation wires are in. I did it, Keonis. Are you proud of me? Yeah. Good. You should be. I did it twice without messing it up. Twice in a row, on top of everything else. But okay, let's get the next thing going that we want as well. And that is, of course, our teleporters right here. We do have another planetoid that we need to explore. And that should happen rather sooner than later, probably. So let's make sure we have a path that gets us all the way over there. Put in one here as well, for good measure. And that allows us to come all the way over, all the way down. And once you have it, rip this here out. Very good. Inspect some stuff around here. Get us some data banks. Yes, I clicked on it, I know. But who could have seen it coming? And it is, of course, a swampy planetoid. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Not a hell of a lot we can see yet. Also, that is not a surprise. But let's make sure we got it all. Can I inspect it now, please? Thank you. And this one here is not inspectable, I believe. Yep, that's what I thought. Very good. Let's make our way over there. It's not a priority, but if you have nothing else to do, dudes, might as well. Might as well. Alright, so far so good. This one here is coming along very, very nicely. Let's put in a bottle emptier on top. There. Leo says, I use this design and it works flawlessly every time, so thank you for it. Absolutely. Love to hear that. Appreciate that. Clay needs an achievement for that? Clay needs an achievement for what? Oh, for putting in the automation wires? Yes. Yep. And we can still see here on the screen that our copper is coming out in the negatives. Literally cooling down this entire area of the base right here. Coming up through it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. The very tail end here comes out at 2.2, 3.3 degrees. 4.5 degrees, my goodness. But that is the absolute max that we will ever see out of the system. Okay. Steam turbine here, of course, they're complaining about it. No surprise there. Let's... Already cleaned it up. Look at me. Way ahead of me. I am ahead of myself. Isn't that nice? What do we have here? What the hell are you? I don't remember your existence. That is okay, though. I don't need to remember it, because now we can build us our piping. For example, out of copper, because now we have a infinite supply of it. We all are only at 1,750 kilograms. It will take a little time until we have accumulated it. But you know what, for the time, let's make it out of lead, just because we have it available. Let's bring it... I mean, the easiest possible path is through here. All the way up here. And then let's just follow along the rest of our pipe here. And bring it straight to there. Why not? Why not? Hook it up to power, so it all works. And that should be just fine. Let's set up our sensors once again. Above -5. Above 200. And this one here we're going to set to 5. Simple and straightforward, exactly as it should be. And then down here, I mean, we could build us another temporary pipe. We should probably do so. We should also rip the other temporary pipe out. Kind of forgot about that. The whole point of it being temporary is that we rip it out once we're done with it. So let's make sure that happens. This pipe right here. Normal blast shots. Also need petroleum. So we're going to leave the pipe, the main pipe itself in. That's going to be just fine. In case when we, well, not just in case, whenever we want to go to space, we're going to have the normal blast shots. So it should be okay. Can the steam turbines be used to self-power the Tamer? Not entirely, no. I mean, could we do something here to help out with it? Probably. We could cobble something together here. Hook it straight up to a transformer, sure, that would be possible. But by themselves, they cannot power the system indefinitely. Latest during a dormancy period, you're going to be SOL. Okay. Looking really good. This one here, we're not going to set to anything yet. That's too early. But up here on the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 2 more tiles right here. And we're going to do the same thing again that we did earlier. Just because it worked so nicely. Might as well. We need 1 extra tile right here just to block it in. And then we're going to use our mod once again. Just to speed up the process of building a liquid lock. Could I build a liquid lock right here? Obviously, but... I mean, we could theoretically just vent it out here, right? Wouldn't that be super simple? Yeah, I believe so. All we have to do is this here. Vent this here. Vent this here. You should protect the Tamer from future meteor showers. The right side is exposed. The right side is indeed exposed. But we will also, once this here is completely done and built, right here is going to be our exit point out of here. And then we can make sure that this here is properly protected. In whatever way, shape, or form that we feel is appropriate at the time. That's not going to be a big issue. Airlock door. First the wire. Then the door. In that particular order is how we need this. What a beautiful natural Tamer. It even has fauna and flora. Yes, everything's walking around. Everything's growing here. Everything's just happy to be here. Fortunately, everything here will have to die. Sorry, but, you know. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Also, power is needed in here as well. Okay, so far so good. I'm gonna leave this here open for a tiny little bit longer so the dupes have an easier time walking around. But generally speaking, we can close this here off anytime now. We can always enter from the top, on top of our refined carbon. Very, very nice. You could have the aluminum volcano self-sustained. If you limit it to run above 200 degrees Celsius, it should be self-sustained, not during a dormancy period. You cannot self-sustain this Tamer indefinitely. Like I said, during a dormancy period, you are going to be SOL. It will not work for that long. It won't have anything to do during dormancy. That is correct, but it will still lose power in that time frame. Even if I put a battery in, for example, the battery itself will have to, what is it called? It just loses its power by itself. The only way that it would work is when it erupts, without the auto sweeper actually picking it up and rotating it around, that the temperature gets high enough that the steam turbine will kick it on. But by that time, the thermal aqua tuner will have not run for so long that our water temperature must have increased by that time. I don't think it's possible. Also, output-wise, how much power does the entire system actually need? Let me check down here, because that's a clearer measure. It needs 1580, negative 120, makes 1460. So it is possible if both of them are running, but it would have to be at a very high capacity. They can put in the vent. Now they can. And now we can also block it off entirely. Alright, oops, let's put in those last couple of tiles right here. It should be fine with your design without much, if any, change. I mean, we can give it a shot. Why not? We can try it out right here. I'm more than happy to experiment around. I mean, it's an easy fix if it doesn't work. Super easy, in fact. Just a matter of where do we come out? I need to put that in first. Power, where are we at? I need a heavy watt joint plate. And I need the power right here, all the way through here. Yep, that should be actually fine. I can build it as is. And then we just need a large power transformer. Let's put it up here to the top. That is okay. Bring this up and in. Bring this down through here. And then we can connect it just to the power wire wherever we want. Let's see what it does. We can add a couple more pieces of automation in here, most definitely, yeah. For our steam turbines, we have the space available. Just need a thermosensor, I mean, not an aqua sensor. Let's build it out of iron, that's fine. And the actual location of it shouldn't matter probably too much. Let's put it up here. And then automation wire should be going straight up and over. Battery we can plop on top. I don't think we need it inside. Especially because it won't fit inside. I don't think it will fit there. Because this here, yeah, this is still a tile from the Volcano. It would have to be one tile wider to fit a smart battery in. This design is not meant for having any extra space available. Yeah, battery on top. With an AND gate in the middle. That is the appropriate setup here, I agree. I agree 100% with you guys. The only problem is, I should have built the battery here, and then over here, the large power transformer. Let's move it. We have time. I'm also not concerned about heat. In a worst case scenario, I dig out 2 tiles over here to the left. That is enough cold energy for, I don't even know how long. Plenty of time, to say the least. Alright, dupes. Make it happen. I also need to kill those 2 dartles or relocate them. And I opt for killing in that case. There we go. We can also set this here to all standard, because nothing's stopping our auto sweeper from already loading. It can't just go the moment that this here is done. Okay, let's try this here one more time with a battery. Right here. And then we're gonna build our large power transformer over here. That's how it should be. And then we're just gonna change our F2 slightly. We rip out what we don't need anymore first. There we go. Once that's gone, let's hook it up right. And then the automation I'm just gonna put in here, into the corner, into the back. That should be just fine. Bring this in and up. And bring this up and over. Okay, this is coming along nicely. We don't really have a lot of oxalate on this map, do we? We don't really have seen a hell of a lot, I believe. Tiny little bit in this area, but it's not a lot. Looks like we have molten a lot of that ice here. We may have to lower this pipe here soon. Latest when we melt all the way through here, the water flows down here. That's going to be a problem. We have to relocate our pipe. But up until that happens, let's make us a little bit more iron. Let's say 30. Could be fine for right now. Stress? It's only 78%. That's not a problem at all. Okay, so far so good. Stress is much lower now. Yes, it is. I must be forgetting something. Couldn't the whole system be on conductive wire? I guess it could be, actually. Yeah, the entire system could be on conductive wire. You're not forgetting something. I'm forgetting something. I'm just so used to building my version 3 Tamer that I build heavy watt conductive wires because I usually feed it into my main line. I mean, that's what I always do, basically. In this case here, we are never exceeding 2000 watts. There is actually absolutely no point in having a large power transformer up here. You have a very good point here. I completely neglected that point. Oh yeah. But yeah, we're gonna leave it anyway. It's fine. Now we already built it. Now we're gonna keep it. Damn it. Let's go into automation and grab us the AND gate. AND gate. Where are we gonna put you, AND gate? Huh? I think we're gonna put you right here. That's fine. And then we're gonna say in automation wires, the wire right here, we're gonna change slightly and bring it up here. We're gonna bring this one down here. We're gonna bring this one down here. I'm gonna disconnect this here. Okay, dupes. A little bit more work to do here. We're almost through with it though. To test if this actually works. Down here on the bottom. Still looking great. No issues. We could clean up a little bit. That's about the end of it. How are we here? The chlorine gas is still not moving downwards as much as I would like it to. Why is that? Is it just a pressure issue of our polluted oxygen? I believe so. And I believe we can fix that somewhat easily. Let me make sure he doesn't die. By hooking up this pump down here on the bottom. Yes, that will use a little bit more energy. What are you? And what happened with this? Not entirely sure, but let's fix it. Once we turn that pump on, we should be able to make that happen, I believe. Because we are reducing the pressure definitely faster than we are generating it. And that should be the last fix that we need to get this here back in order. Alright, the anchor is here. Come on, dupes. A little bit more energy. I know. Oxygen is in short supply, but you know what? We might as well fix that too. Right now. Just because we can. What are we going to build it out of? Granite is fine. We need to dig up a lot more stuff around here. But we do need this pipe here. It needs to come up here anyway, because again, eventually we will have atmosuits right here, or better to say, to begin with, we will have oxygen masks, but eventually that will be swapped over. So we can access this little tiny rock here from whichever direction we want. And yes, the steam is actually leaking out into space. Slowly, but it's happening. Okay, this is almost done. The vacuum in here is created, so that's a good thing. How are we down here? Looking good, actually. We can go ahead and get rid of the nonsense that we don't need anymore. Again, we have a full vacuum. No point in keeping it. Let's get rid of it. And also, that allows us to build the rest of what we need. In F2, the same is true. Don't need this. And don't need that. Actually, you can stay. We're just going to snip you off. Over here. And even that, if we have to make changes, you know what, I am thinking I am going to leave this, and I'm just going to connect it up here. And it'll be just fine. To start it up, though, you will still need an external power source. If you want to pre-cool your water, that is. And that is most definitely something we want to do. So we're going to leave it connected to the main grid here for the time being, so we can fill up the water whenever we are ready for it. Speaking of water, liquid reservoir. Did I always forget this one? There we go. That fixes it. impact. That's not very German engineering. Well, we did impact on purpose. We did, in fact, save beforehand. And we did hit it. And we did shoot it out of the sky. And then we reloaded the save. And then we let it impact. And then I let chat vote on if we are going to continue with blowing it out of the sky or if we are going to continue with an impact. The vote was impact, of course. So that's what we are doing. Let's just put this bad boy over here. And let's give it a little bit of a gas vent as well. And then later on, we're just going to extend it out into this area here. Our designated exit. Always chat's fault. Well, technically, it really is. Also, we do have another blueprint available. This time only 2 dudes. Look at what we have. We have a Joshua with decorating and operating. Is skilled in super hard digging, is frostproof, but is a mouth breather. We also have Gold Amalgam, worth 2 tons of it. We have an Ari, who is good at researching, is frostproof as a grease monkey, and a pacifist. And we have 3 tons worth of peat. Those are our 4 options available, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you think we should do, and that is of course precisely what we are going to do as well. I need to get me a drink. Clearly, I'll be back in just 1 minute. Alright, how are we looking? Okay, so far so good, actually. Let's clean up a little bit after ourselves here. Let's help out our auto sweeper, also get the stuff out off the top and be fine with it. And let me see if we have some votes here. Yeah, down here on the bottom. And let's see. We have a vote for Pete, we have a vote for Gold, we have another vote for Pete. Not a Pete over on Twitch. That is only a total of 5 votes that I'm counting across 2 platforms and across a total of over 100 viewers. That is a little bit on the low end. We really gotta step it up next time. The Pete wins this time. But there is Elfie with Gold. That actually ties the Pete? No, Pete is still ahead by 1 vote. Yes. Pete's ahead by 1 vote. So, Pete, it is. Pete, we're gonna get. But again, next time around, guys, a little bit more participation would be highly appreciated. Also, we can't build those 2 pipes right here. Really? They can't really do none of this. That's gonna be just the problem. Let's rip out the bed here for a second so I can put in a ladder in an appropriate height. So we can build those 2 and then put it right back in. Hello? Can I please build this? Thank you. Appreciate that. Too little, too late. Gold, 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 gold. Yes, my God, all the golds are coming in. Yep, too late. Too late. They even got me a drink. Kind of weird how that works when you don't stream for 4 weeks, right? how you cannot all of a sudden talk anymore for hours and hours on end. Gotta get used to that again. But I'll get there. No worries. I'll get there. Okay. There we go. Why is this area so hot? You know, that happens when a meteor impacts. That usually creates a little bit of heat. A little bit of heat. Why? How is there still anything in here? How is there still polluted oxygen? Is there something off-gassing, or what's the deal here? Oh, there's polluted dirt off-gassing all the way down here at the bottom. I was like, how is there still something here? That's crazy. No, there's nothing in here. This is a vacuum. How is our volcano doing? Currently not too happy. The only problem is that I just realized is it's not yet analyzed. Well, let's see if we can make that happen. Let's introduce some water with a high priority and enable auto bottle. We once again aim for 150 kilograms a tile down here on the bottom. That is the goal. And I would really like you dupes to also focus a little bit on this here, so we can get some oxygen into this area. Because at the moment it doesn't look too good here. Only here. The rest of the base is fine. Just saying. The rest of the base is totally fine. Just this one area right here, if we could get a little bit of oxygen delivered here, that would be absolutely amazing. And yes, we also still need to pump the polluted water in there. That is very true. But let's introduce some coolant inside here first. And then let's make sure that we build our liquid pipe here. And you know what? There's no point in wasting the resources. It's not a waste, but might as well build it out of, let's say, iron ore, because it doesn't matter. No point in making sure that we keep this here insulated. It's just a temporary pipe that has one singular purpose, and that is to go all the way up here. That's the one thing we needed to do, and I'm sure that should be doable. Let me build it here, so the dupes can actually reach it with what we have currently available. Let me connect that up. That's fine. And then a liquid bridge. Okay. 150. That's what we need. TSC says minor crash accident. Yup, that's very true. That is, in fact, exactly what happened. 40 kilograms getting there. Are we getting oxygen now? Yep, there it comes. That's going to be a game changer for the dupes. They can stay much longer in this area without having to bail. Also, it looks like we got the path to our teleporters here free, so we can go over there whenever we choose to do so, but without getting our feet wet, if at all possible, please. I'll do another quick liquid checks through the base, making sure nothing has molten or nothing was dropped or who knows the hell what usually happens around here. But it looks like we're doing pretty well here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all this here used to be submerged in liquid. It looks like that's not the case anymore. And it looks like the one tile here broke as well. You've got to be joking. Really? Really, dupes? Really? Okay. What could I do here? I think the easiest solution would be to just put airflow tiles around here, honestly. And I believe that is what will need to happen. With the top being at a high priority, the bottom being at a low priority, the rear being at the same priority. Yeah. Because it's just, yeah. A pressure overlay would be nice. A pressure overlay would indeed be nice. Especially for nonsense like this here. Let's see. Yeah, leave that. Leave that here. Build me the airflow tiles, please. Let's see if that makes a difference. And that is just ridiculous. Just one single tile of salt water or brine, better to say, that just sits there. It's gotta be the cause. Yeah, sure enough, it's erupting. Happily. Happily erupting. Now, dudes, please build this here. Before it happens again. They're already at 1,500 kilograms again. This is crazy. Yeah. And I don't want to build an airflow tile here, because if I build an airflow tile here, we have heat exchange, and I don't want heat exchange. I mean, at least temporarily, I suppose. I can build one here, and can build another insulated tile right here. That will get the job done, supposedly. Well, it looks like ass, but it will at least stop it from breaking. And constantly adding heat to this tank right here. We do not want to add heat. At least not from this side here. Yeah, it's considered getting rid of it, but we only have certain dupes that are allowed in here. Because we had a couple of drowning incidents, let me put it that way. Temporary, then forget forever. Yeah, that usually happens. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Are we up here? That is not what we want to do. A little bit too early to introduce heat. Oh, swap it? I guess we could swap it, yeah, that's true. Move the heavy wet joint plate over here and have the pneumatic door over here. I guess that could get the job done, yeah. But let's see what this here does. Of course. How else would it ever be? If a dupe doesn't get stuck, it's not oxygen, not included. That is literally the rules of the game. Okay, let's see what this does. And if we can drop the pressure here just by using our desalinators and hopefully getting just the water level a little bit down here. Jason Feltzer is here, says welcome back, Bier, and hello to everyone else. Hey, Jason, thank you very much for joining today. Appreciate it. Glad you could make it. Okay, where is this pipe here actually going? Oh yeah, mainly down here. And mainly up there. Well, there's not a lot this pipe here is doing. And that is totally fine. We don't need it. Our base is looking just fine. Not a problem here. And I hope I can lower this pressure here at least a little bit by utilizing this pump down here on the bottom. That would be a good thing to see. Looks like down here on the bottom we have a relatively low pressure of 500 grams. But up here on the top, it's still at 1300. We need to get that lowered. But we're just gonna let it run, as that power is not really an issue right at this moment for us. Give me 1 second, I'm getting a call from work. I'll be right back. All right. Just caught the water here while on the phone. We almost got a little bit too much in here, but 216 kilograms is totally fine. And it's not an issue whatsoever. Let's sweep this here. We do not have a water storage. How? We don't have a single one anywhere? Nothing? Cool. I suppose. I guess we should make one. There we go. Bottle empty of our water. Why not? 200 kilograms might be an issue in this version. I mean, you do have a good point. More steam would mean more thermal mass. You know what? Why not? Why not? Let's put 300 kilograms in there. It's not going to cause an issue. More thermal mass may actually help in this version of the build. You are 100% right. We're going to set this here to water in the meantime. How long is this thing here idle? Okay, let's see. Let's bring this here up to 300 and then the build should be complete. Also, emergency thermometer. How would we implement an emergency thermometer? An emergency thermometer? Oh, you mean for the... You mean for the conveyor shut-off, probably, huh? Because... Or do you mean for the steam turbines, TSC? You mean for the... You probably mean for the conveyor meter to evacuate the material in case the temperature gets too high. Is that what my understanding is? What do you mean? Yes, wire the turbines directly so they start if above 210. Both would be nice. Where would I have the space? Because for the bottom I would need an AND gate. And I would need the sensor itself. God. Let me think. If I plop it right here and put the sensor over on the left, wire it over to the right. Yeah, but that wouldn't make it an emergency on the bottom right. No. Hold on. We don't need an AND gate. We just need a thermal sensor. I should be able to just... Because an AND gate right here is not going to do me any good. I already know the temperature of the debris. I don't need to know the temperature of the environment for this. I do need a sensor just right here. With an automation wire that literally just goes straight up. And straight in. And I just gotta set it, send a green signal if above 250 degrees or whatever. That should theoretically be everything that's needed, right? Am I missing something? So this thermal sensor right here, we're gonna say, this one here, we're gonna say, send a green signal if above 200 degrees. And this one here, we say, send a green signal if above 250 degrees. Yeah, but I can't do that either. Can I? You would have to use a bridge to join conveyor building so it doesn't eject every other package. I don't think it would. Why would it eject every other package? I'm not entirely sure what you mean, TSC, by that exactly. If I now turn this one here to below 250 degrees, it sends a green signal. Exactly, that's what we want, yeah. So whatever's green is overriding. Yep, okay, just making sure. I'm not messing up my own memory here, because it has been a hot minute. Let's clean up one more time, set this one here to liquid, water, enable auto bottle on a 9 priority. shutoff's output is limited, it will let packets bypass it? Really? I've never seen that behavior. I want to check. We should be able to see it right here once we start it up with the conveyor loader. How long is this thing here idle? That is our time frame to get back in here and get it done. And I think the easiest possible path for us is, because I can't just build a ladder right there. So, nowhere here. We need to have another entrance, and I think I'm just going to put it right here. So let's build us another entrance. We will need it momentarily. Come on, dupes. There's so many of you running around. A little bit more action. Also, not a blueprint. Surprised that you guys don't remind me of that. There be so many blueprints. And I'm just claiming one every hour. Ooh. The hell are you? Tribute to the artist's friend who once attempted to catch a meteor with their bare hands at the sculpting block in decent quality. Definitely don't have that one. That's a new one. 2-hour collection. Very, very nice. You haven't had it blocked, it most likely might need some sleep. I think that may be the case here, because I don't think that's how it works. Because if this here is limited, and this here is not built, damn it. Okay. Good that I checked again. Would have done it anyway before starting it up, but better now than later. If this here is full, all the way full, like the bridge is full and everything else, it would just stop right here. It wouldn't let it bypass it. It wouldn't come back around. It would just stop. We need to place that one. Basically, it's the choice the stream's made. Okay, 278. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about bypassing it down here, not up here. Down here it will always bypass. Even if no power, that is correct. But it will never, ever let it come out here without power and without a green signal. If it's hooked up to automation. It will not do that. It will come down here, sure enough. But not up here. So yes, if the rail is all the way full on the top, it will bypass to the bottom. You are correct on that. Yeah, I know they can't reach these two tiles right here. Okay, that's our last bottle. Now we can rip it out. Good. At least that's done. Looks like the worst seed also has no storage location. So this is your storage location. That's fine. Let's do one more cleaning across the board. Except the Wheatworth. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. It gets relocated anyway. Advice on keeping a run. I probably stopped playing a save around 200 cycles in. Well, I guess the question is, why are you stopping after 200 cycles? Like, are you stopping because you're hitting like a wall that you think you can't overcome? Or are you saying because you're getting bored? Or are you quitting? Like, what is the reason you're quitting? That is somewhat of an information that I kind of need to have to answer that question. You know what? Let's just put in rather too many than not enough, I suppose. And you know what? As a matter of fact, let's directly make it 3 high. Should have done that right away, honestly. Easiest possible way is to do it this way. And it needs to be right here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's plenty. That's so many that we don't even know what to do with them, realistically. Let's put insulated tiles in. Let's make them out of granite. Sure. And let's bring it all the way over to right here. And then once we have that in, we just need this here to be extended out here and into each and every one of them. Why is there so little oxygen coming up here? Oh, because that's our main line. Well, that makes sense, I suppose. It's going mainly into our base, and only the leftovers are getting all the way to the top. I believe that we can also fix that by just taking this pipe right here and bringing it up to the top, all the way to right here. Put a gas bridge in, and that should increase our output from whatever the hell this here is to 50% of one total pipe. There we go. Make that happen. That should increase, like I said, our output here absolutely drastically. And then we also need the actual, where did I put that thing? Can't remember where I built that a long, long time ago. Where did I put that thing? Am I blind? The hell? Where is our station? There it is, our crafting station. I was like, where the hell is it? We need at least 8. So let's build at least 8. But let's build it out of nickel. Hold on. There we go. 8 of them. There we go. So we have them available up here. Basically immediate. You two just standing around here. And also, once we have them, deliver them right away. So we can make this happen. And there we go. Now we get the output of 50% of a pipe. Because one packet goes up, one packet goes to the right. That's what I wanted to see here. Very good. Why not make suits? Because we still don't have fiber as of this moment. We will get fiber once we go over to our second planetoid. I don't feel like messing with the Rexes right now, because I feel like we have more important things to do. And for right this moment, the suits, or better to say the oxygen masks, are good enough for this right here. Okay. Very good. Oxygen is arriving, but of course it's going all into the gas vent right now. Let's get rid of that gas vent. We want to have it in our suits. And we want each and every one delivered. There we go. Now, of course, our output up here is 100%, as it should be. And most of it is still going up to the top. We'll still take a tiny little bit until the first mask has enough, and we only need 1. But that is good enough for us right now. We're also going to plop in a manual airlock right here. Right away. Or you know what, since we have power up here already, let's not make it a manual airlock, but a mechanized one, just to speed it up a tiny little bit. And then once we're out here, let's get up there. That also allows us to get rid of this nonsense out here on the top side as well. And we just gotta open this here up, and we can reach it, and it should be fine. You know what? As a matter of fact, let's not rip it out. I'm truly curious if there is a problem, because it does say here unreachable, but will the dupe build it through the wall, as we have seen it happen twice now today? Did I not build one here on accident? Good grief. Apparently, I accidentally did not build one. Okay, we're gonna have 9 and not 8. Sure, why not? Did I put that to... Wait, what? What's going on here? Oh, iron ore was set to forever. That's the last thing we want to do. The absolutely last thing we want to do. But we can deliver now. Should be fine. And with our mechanized airlock, our dupes can come out here. And not that much oxygen will be lost. We should still oxygenate this area right here, but for the time being, we are just going to get started with what we already have. Alright, this is looking good. We can also now close this here and build the steam turbine, just because we can. Let me see here what Niandi said. Let me scroll a little bit here. I think it's because there's so much to do and I don't know what to do in what order. And I find a lot of my time is just waiting on dupes doing stuff, and I can't print more dupes as I run into oxygen. Well, for oxygen specifically, I usually try and plant some of the oxyferns and the algae things. I mean, that is a good start, but the oxyferns are really bad at producing oxygen. Despite their name, they're not really sustainable unless you have a lot of them. And algae, you're going to run out eventually. The best possible option for you to get yourself oxygen is a spawn. It's super simple to build, it's super fast to build, and it's super sustainable because all you need is water. And you usually have something like a saltwater geyser, which is what I'm using right here, for example, with desalinators on the bottom that just power this thing here more or less indefinitely. So oxygen should never be a problem once you figure out how to build a spawn. Obviously, I'm going to recommend my own video for it. If you just go to my channel and type in spawn, you will find several videos that explain in detail exactly how to build one. If you just go back in this series here, you will see me building it live, right here. So yeah, that is my recommendation on that front. Now that we have so much water in here, I think I'm just gonna YOLO it. I think I'm just gonna rip this here out, go analyze. I think we will survive one eruption. And I think we don't need more time than that. So let's make sure this here is steel, which it isn't. What are we lacking for steel? What are we lacking for steel? We have iron, we have refined carbon, and we have lime. So why exactly are we not making steel? We have iron, lime. I mean, we have the refined carbon, but I suppose I can make a little bit more. I mean, you clearly just told me you have it available. Available 360 kilograms. So why are we not using it? I don't know. He's only made this design 20 plus times in videos. I mean, it's the standard designs, that makes sense. And of course, it is erupting in the very moment that we rip out that tile. How else could it possibly be? But again, it should still be okay. With that much water down here, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Brought it up to 65 degrees. We will even survive one more outbreak without too much issue. But let me double check everything one last time. Everything is connected to power in one way, shape, or another. That is correct. In F6, the piping is done. Apparently, I forgot to turn it off, which is fine. Is it fine? Let me double check that. Let me turn this here to below, so it never turns on. And we're just going to hook up this here. Yeah, that's what I feared. We have a little bit too much water in our reservoir. We can't put anything in. Who is starving? And why? Just get yourself some food. Plenty here. 80,000 kilocalories. I mean, it's not plenty, but it's more than enough to not starve to death. The hell are you doing? Are you gonna make it? Yes. Okay, good. Very odd behavior there, but sure, why not? Sure, why not? Has anyone made me a little bit of steel yet? Yes, somebody has. Good. Make it happen. Put it in. Do it now. And most importantly, keep researching. And apparently this time we are not building through the wall. Alright. This time we actually have expected behavior. But we saw it live on stream. Alone today, twice. Where dupes built something through the wall that shouldn't be possible. Which is, yeah, interesting to say the least. Now we can reach it. Now we can build it. Just gotta do it. Then we can observe the system right here. See what it does. Trina is here. Yep, still working hard. Good to see. We can now also put in the gas vent once again here. That's great. Is our bleachstone storage full? Not even close. Not sure why nobody's grabbing it and putting it down there, but okay. But that will take a hot minute here. Quite literally. But eventually the time will come where the top rail is empty, the bottom rail is full, and the output down here is blocked. And we will see if it will shove it up above. Spawns will only supply oxygen for a limited number of dupes. That is correct. I mean, it's not for an infinite amount of dupes, but if you do the math on an electrolyzer, let's take a look here. Providing 888 grams per second. That's enough for 8.88 dupes. So having 4 of them, 2 of them makes already 16. 4 of them makes 32. You want more than 32 dupes? Build a second one. Okay. Bring it on. I usually only select the volcano material for conveyor. I mean, it only really matters in the very, very beginning. And here I'm just utilizing the system that we already have to empty it out. So the dupes that don't have to do it manually. I mean, other than that, it makes no difference. Now the oxygen's coming in. That's great. So the dupe in here can just go out here, grab a breath, and hopefully come right back in. Doesn't have to run all the way to the bottom of the base. Still runs all the way to the bottom of the base, but okay. It's gonna erupt one more time. Let's see. And right now we have the situation that we described earlier. It is blocked. It can't go up. It can't go down. It's just sitting on the rail. That's exactly what I expected it to do. Okay. If I set this here to yellow alert for a few seconds, I know the sound is annoying, but it should, at least theoretically, help us out here quite drastically. And well, that is a problem. The water is much, much hotter than it should be. We may not be able to get this here done. What is down here? Polluted water? Oh, because we're sitting still. Well, I guess that's okay, actually. It's actually totally fine. That will solve our problem for us. Katrina, I need you to stop doing this, because I think you will have a problem here. Yeah. We need to cancel the analysis. That the steam is up here doesn't matter. It will just come back down here. It's still 90 kilograms per tile down here on the bottom. Need a suit now. To get it back in here, we will need a suit now. So we will analyze it once we have suits. For the time being, obviously we can't. We're not allowing any dupes to come in here for a few minutes. But this here can calm down a little bit. Thankfully, we have a way to calm it down, which is our airlock door, which will introduce cold, causing the steam to go back into its water form and dropping back down, which should be just fine. Question is, we have polluted water here, but apparently it's not enough polluted water to help us out with what we need. Do we not have a plumber in the... Don't have a plumber. That's crazy. I thought we had a plumber. We have a plumber. Is it? Oh, it's because, yeah. It's because of this tile right here, isn't it? That's what I'm thinking. One more tile. Let's get a couple of pieces out of here. And it should be okay. What a dupe coming up. The hell am I watching? I mean, we clearly just emptied it, didn't we? Wait, what? I have no idea what Katrina's doing. I was wondering the same thing. I just left it be. What? Why is it red? There we go. Now we have a decent rotation going. Now we can stop this here and block it back off. That's now fine. And that can now turn on as well. The only problem is if I turn it on right now, it will generate heat. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Let's liquefy our water as much as possible. Which has basically already happened. Yeah, it's fine. You're allowed to come back in here and build me one tile. The ladder. It can stay there. We will have to break back in here anyways to finish it up. The analysis is cancelled. Okay. Where are you going, Killjoy? What was that? Do you see boiling water? I do see the boiling water. I love the new animation. I mean, it's not that new anymore. They implemented it, what, months and months ago? But it's nice. I like it a lot. There you go, Raymond. You got the right idea. Good man. Good man. Okay, put in a second steam turbine. This one here is set to 200 degrees. I mean, other than that, the build is ready to go. We can now also turn this one here on. And you know what? Right at this moment, let's see. Let's get this one here to send a green signal if above 220. By the way, a layer of water like that helps cooling the turbines a lot. Not in this case because I'm using the conductive panels. The conductive panels, they don't care about if water's here or not. You should be able to see that very nicely down here in the bottom. Now steam turbines are at a whooping 15 degrees. It's still not gonna hurt anything, but it's also not gonna do a hell of a lot for us, realistically. So now we have an aluminum tile down here. Okay. That is a first. That is because the auto sweeper's not working, and it didn't actually pick it up fast enough, I believe. Not entirely sure why we got an aluminum tile down here, but let's see. Let's go to below. What's wrong with the second one? Pipe block? Pipe block. Huh, never built that pipe. That would explain it. Now let's start producing some power here. Just for right now to get it at least started up and onto the rail. Problem is, now the auto sweeper can't reach this one tile here anymore either. It's only 10 kilograms. It's interesting to see what happens. Doing what I do best, doing dumb shit. What material do we not have? Granite. Really? That's the bottleneck now? And apparently not just that. We need to dig a hell of a lot more. We need to start strip mining That has to happen. We are so low on basically everything. Let's find us a good area to start strip mining, for example. Yeah, why not? Why not right here? Let's have the dupes get a ladder to come over here all the way through. Eventually we will need it anyways, we might as well put it in now. And then immediately go 4 high above it. And let's go along it. And let's go 2 tiles below it as well. There we go. Let's make this happen. Blueprint reminder! Awesome! Good call. Very good call. We definitely want to open up another one. Didn't we just have 5? How do I still have 5? I feel like it's getting more, not less. Okay, let's see what we got here. We have underdog trim socks. Breathable socks that do nothing whatsoever to eliminate foot odor. Foot odor. That is a fact. That is a fact. I think a big rock blew up all the resources. It sure as hell did. I mean, I also did not know what happens when it impacts, so we did not strip mine this area. That was definitely on us. Can you stop doing nonsense? Because even our airlock door right here is running on power. It has a battery built in. And I have no idea how many uses it has actually saved. I have no clue. But it could be enough to build the piping. Maybe. Maybe. The only problem that we may have is if it erupts again and it creates another natural tile, then we are SOL. Really? Really? Can you not build this thing here, please? Is that possible? Because I'm pretty sure you just used the last of the power. I think it has one more go. Could you squeeze an auto miner in there? I don't know. I have never tried because I never had a need for one. No. Apparently not. Like I said, space is not really the strong suit of this build. Yeah, we need to hook it up again. To our main power source. To charge the airlock door. I guess trying a brand new build, life is always interesting. Let's see. We got that done. Okay, let's snip it back off now that we have that done. And let's go back to acting like we don't have that power wire. We can kill this insulated tile here eventually and repair this here if we want to. All that's doable. And also, actually you are allowed to tinker in there. In this particular case, I believe you are allowed to tinker, but I don't think it's needed. Yeah, I don't think it's needed. We are producing more power than we need. In the entire system, we only need 1580 watts. And that includes the door. I think it should be okay. Let's see. Rare that a new design works first time. Aye, very true. Some combination of factor caused that tile and shouldn't happen again. Should be fine without tinkering. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we need it. I think we can save us those microchips. Okay, it's about to erupt again. Let's see what happens. Come on, do something. You like that meme. It's a stick figure. Come on. Okay, do something. Alright, it's doing something. When we are introducing heat. Our steam is at what, 170, 190 degrees Celsius right now? Our aluminum still has something to give here. 300 degrees left. I mean, hell. I guess we're just gonna let it cook and see what happens. And it set it to 200. And I set this here to 250. I really need to set it to lower than that. 250 is already too late. No, 250 is fine. And then here I'm going to send it around if the temperature is above. Actually, I need to go lower, 180, not higher. Let's see. It should melt the tile. I don't think it will melt that tile. No. There's no way that it will melt the tile because it will suck up, the steam will suck up the heat. The aqua tuner with an overheat temperature of 325 degrees. I think it's okay. Wait, why? What? Oh, it's that bloody hot out here. And the dupes are, of course, not smart enough to realize that. So let's stop it. We're just going to grab that stuff that's close to us for now. Until we have suits. That is more than enough minerals for us to go around for the time being. We just need to grab it down here. That's fine. How much igneous do we have here? It already gave us 20 tons worth of it. To quickly walk out there, grab it, and then walk back away is not going to harm him. There we go. And Katrina is back, of course, because we don't have any triage cots or nothing where you could lay in. Can I get Katrina down here? And can I get Kionis in there, please? And Mark, you're stuck now. Yep, you are in fact stuck now. That is a problem. What do you have laying here? Igneous rock? Sure. Let's build yourself one piece of ladder, please. Please. If it's not you, then somebody else. Stop mining. And I think... yeah, we're just gonna leave it at that for right now. That's good enough. We just needed some resources that we can work with. 35 tons is definitely that. Some resources that we can work with. Let me check out the F4 overlay. What is it actually? It's oxygen, and it's coming from our mechanized airlock right now. It's not the off-gassing anymore on the bottom. That is where that's coming from. Okay. We have a hospital? Yeah, kinda. We have 2 triage cots. They are just as good as actually having a hospital. It makes no point. Setting up a mini hospital up here is probably a decent idea. Just to put a couple of triage cots down here is probably a good idea. I agree with that 100%. But that's all it should ever take. Let's see. We're at 190 degrees. Where will it go when it erupts next time? That's the big question. Do we have another good spot that we can strip mine really quickly? Preferably a lot more than that. Eventually we're gonna do probably most of the planetoid, but right at this moment I'm specifically looking for building materials because that's what we are extremely low on. I mean, most of this stuff here is not really that helpful to us. We have a bunch of igneous over here that we could grab, and that would also get us closer to our natural gas. I think that is the way to do this here. Come over here. We also have the supply teleporter output right here. We will need that eventually. Have we found the input yet, by the way? Don't know. Anybody seen the input by any chance? It's probably close to the output. Well, let's just check it out, see what it does. And the easiest possible path is literally just to come along here where we already started. Why not? Let's come over here, build us a ladder up, dig this up, deconstruct that, and then let's just keep on going to the right here and see what we can find. The carbon dioxide vent, we're probably just going to close that off and be done with it. Just so that's not a problem anymore. I hear it's always the last place you look. Yeah, that is probably extremely true. What is the output temperature? 50 degrees. It's not too shabby, actually. I also did not set up the smart battery. Logic, let me see right here. What do we have? Ah, it's because the thermal sensor right here is at 220. Make this one here 250. And let's check out our overlay right here. Ah, because it's hooked up to both. Because it's going through here, literally. So let's do it just for the steam turbines. There we go. That's what it should look like. Turning back on because the battery got too low. I don't ever want it to go to 0. And we don't need it at full 100% either. Okay. So far, so good, I would say. Yeah, the output will stabilize. Obviously, our echo tuner, we didn't prime it or nothing because we, quote-unquote, didn't have power. Since we tried to make it fully, or as much as possible, at least self-sustainable, we needed a little bit of power for our airlock door here. But if I would have used just a liquid lock instead of the airlock door, even that would have not been necessary, technically speaking, right? So, gotta keep that in mind. We will see what's the temperature of our water. We are down to 30 degrees. Steam is at 220. That's correct. This one here is at 250, so at 250 these steam turbines here will run come hell or high water. That should prevent everything in here from overheating, hopefully. So far, so good. Having this here is just a complete eyesore to me, but... Our echo tuner is holding steady at 210 degrees, which is basically the same temperature as our steam. I think it's okay, TSC. I think it's totally fine. Our thermal echo tuner is literally keeping up with the exact temperature of the steam, probably due to just the pure mass that we have in here at over 100 kilograms a top. That's great. What I'm wondering is, though, will it hold, or will it get below 180 degrees? Yeah, it can't do that, I believe. I don't think that will ever work. I need to have these two numbers here the same. For this thermal sensor and this conveyor rail thermal sensor. Or the conveyor rail thermal sensor be even higher than the thermal sensor, because otherwise we will never evacuate material that's in here. How did you found all the vented volcanoes? Well, in this particular case, it was very easy because once this thing impacts, they just all show up on your map. So once that thing impacts, they all erupt and they all just uncover on the map. That's how. 195 for turbine and 200 for shutoff. I don't think that's gonna work. I think it needs to be the other way around. Because otherwise our turbines will turn off at... Yeah, below 200. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's see here. Exactly what it does if I have it at the same number. Yep, we are evacuating it now. That's great. And it's apparently just as the volcano once again erupts. That would actually be perfect timing. It turns back on right at that very moment when we need it to. This is perfect timing. Look at this. This is crazy. What is our water temperature at by now? We're down to 20 degrees. The output is still at 40 degrees. Yeah, we need to get this water temperature here lower. Our thermal aquatuna here needs to do a lot of work. What's breaking in the cooling loop? Nothing anymore. It was breaking a while ago. That's when we had this here in the very, very beginning. Shut-off should be a bit over turbine start. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That is exactly what I'm thinking. Over here, the water that we had, the polluted water, has turned into steam. Okay. I mean, it seems to be working exactly as intended. Except that one tile of aluminum here, but other than that, it seems to be doing exactly what it should. No longer polluted. Nope, it's no longer polluted. Off-screen Phantom, thank you very much for the raid. Truly appreciate that. I hope you had a great stream today. Okay. Hey there, Phantom. Like I said, truly hope you had a great stream today. It's been awesome. Glad to hear it. Same over here. We are trying out version 4.0 of my Volcano Tamer that we just came up together with on stream. I love doing that kind of thing. I do enjoy that a hell of a lot. First time catching you live, seeing your videos on YouTube. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. I appreciate that. I mean, they might as well work at 100% efficiency. Because when we look at our power wire right here, we are at 1580. And our turbines here give us 850. So if they're just a little bit below, it's not going to be enough anymore. So I think I'm on board with 100% efficiency. Usually in this build, I couldn't care less. Kind of like this here. Even if it were hooked up to the power grid, which they aren't, it wouldn't matter to me in any way, shape, or form. Because what I'm here for is the copper, not necessarily the power. But yes, with something very simple as what we did here, with the thermal sensor, we can easily also control the steam turbines if you want to go to 100% output on your steam turbines. It's pretty simple and straightforward to implement that in the version 3.0 if needed or wanted. It seems to be doing exactly what it should. Alright, we're just gonna let it run for right now and see what happens. But on the other hand, we do have another blueprint available. What do we have? We have a nice bed. But before we do that, Glass Divine, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. We have a nice bed with tidying, building, and doctoring. She's uncultured, a gourmet that has a small bladder. We have a Joshua, suit wearing, plus how much? Plus 16 in athletics. That's fancy. Is a gourmet, an unpracticed artist, is undigging and unconstructive. That is a very interesting dupe here. Do comply says you need reroll mod. I have the reroll mod. I just have it not activated right at this moment. Also, I wouldn't use it because that is outright cheating. We have Ari, supplying, cooking, and researching, skilled in hard digging, is a mouth breather, and a slow learner. And then we have an oxyfern seed available to us as well. So, your guys' choice. What should we do? Those are our 4 options here on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat. I'm going to tally up the votes, and that's what we are going to do. And Quentin Cappuccino, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch as well. No, I have not missed you. Holy Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt's clone there. Hire Usain Bolt and put him on a treadmill. And Slacker Check, also thank you very much to you for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate it. And the Twitch Prime on top of that. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for that Slacker Jack. And you're also follower number 650 on Twitch. Thank you very much for that. And Killjoy with 5 gifted memberships on YouTube for Manuel, Springfield, Terrence, Santo, and Felipe. All 5 of you got a free membership from Killjoy. Thank you so much for that to all of you. Truly, truly appreciate that. Slacker Check says, take the Bezos money for all the headache you have saved me with your guides. I will gladly take old Jeff's money. Trust me, gladly. And Quentin Cappuccino also with a sub, a tier 1 sub even. Thank you very much for that. Truly, truly appreciate that. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much for all your support. Even if you're just watching, makes no difference. I appreciate it nonetheless. Okay, let me see. What do we have here in our blueprints? I need to scroll a little bit to see where our votes are. Do we have votes? A goofer dupe. Okay, we have the Oxifern. Oxifern twice. Oxifern 3 times. Oxifern 4 times. Ari was sent to another planet. Let me see here. 2 times Joshua from Greeden and from Offscreen Phantom. Another Oxifern right here. Oxifern is on 4. Quentin Cappuccino says, same person as Glass Deviant. Actually prefer Twitch. And that is exactly why I'm streaming on both platforms. Because A, I can. I have the internet capacity and the computer for it. And B, it makes it better for you guys. So you can choose the platform that you want. Oxifern is the clear winner from what I'm seeing here. I mean, right at the moment, I already have 7 on-screen votes only for the Oxifern, and that is not counting any of the others. Nobody else came even close. Oxifern is it. Oxifern it is. I'm trying to remember if I ever used Oxifern. I've tried it, but I mean, just look at this thing. It's so wimpy. It's so wimpy. Oxifern, there it is. All the way down here. It takes a whooping 625 milligrams of carbon dioxide per second. And it gives us what? Where does it even say? Where does it even say? There it is. 18.8 kilograms per cycle. Per cycle. Gotta keep that in mind. 18.8 kilograms per cycle. That's not a lot. It needs a stupid amount of CO2 and is expensive to farm. Yes. Slacker Check says super random, but did you work in manufacturing? I've been working in manufacturing as an engineer my entire life. Yep. Yep, that is absolutely correct. Yeah, I don't wanna do that actually. There's no point in sending dupes out there into the heat. Almost forgot about that as a fact. A duplicate? Somebody asked the question. Who was that? Where is the question? I just saw it a second ago. Somebody asked. Niadni says, how many kilograms does a dupe need per cycle? Well, let's take a look here. A dupe. Where does it say? Right here. That's 130 grams per second. That's got to be a mouth breather. We have 100 grams per second. And we have 600 seconds per cycle. There's your math. We need 3 Oxiferns for 1 dupe. I use Oxifern Wild Planet. I mean, if they're a Wild Planet, I might as well sit there. But if you want to domesticate them, I mean, we just saw it. 19 kilograms of water, 4 kilograms of dirt, you get 18.8 kilograms of oxygen. We need more than 3 for 1 dupe. It's just not worth it. You need like 6 per dupe. My math shouldn't it be like 4? 4 should give a little bit of headroom, no? I believe. Either way, it's stupid expensive. It's not worth it. Okay, let's see. We wanted to get over here. Did we find anything fancy? No, we did not. No, we did surely not. The carbon dioxide vent right here. I really don't want to release all the carbon dioxide. So how are we going to do it? You know what? I'm just going to go above it. I'm just going to come through here. I have a great idea. Why not? Why not? Why not just come above it? That is ice right here. Don't want to mess with that necessarily. Let's go one higher. Let's make it 3 high. And let's bring it over here. To the right side. That goes straight into a jawbone. Something else that I have not even looked at yet. What exactly do you do, Chabo? You never rebuilt the bed. I never rebuilt the bed. Good call. Somebody's sleeping on the floor. Somebody has been sleeping on the floor. But apparently somebody doesn't care because we're down to 56%. Look at that. Well within acceptable range in my book. Well within. Okay, ladder coming in. And at that point, we're just going to go above it again. I mean, we can go in here. Nothing's stopping us. But I did want to look at the Chabo. What do you do? What is your purpose in life, Chabo? I have no idea. We never made it that far before I went on vacation. You give me rust. And 12,000 kilocalories worth of Chabo fillet. Fancy. For 3 dupes, you need 10. 3.33 ferns for 1 dupe. Yeah, that sounds right. Because I need 60 kilograms per cycle. I get 18.8 out of 1. No, I need just over 3. Which is 4. But yes, it does give me rust, and it eats pockets. Okay, so what about you, sucker? We also never looked at you guys. That's still the Jawbo. What are you called, actually? You are a nest. Airborne critters, yeah, I see that. Produce amber. Wait, what? Let me read that. It's a hostile airborne critters primarily bred as food for carnivorous lura plants. Okay. And then the lura plant needs what? Nits? Only nits? No water, no nothing? Okay, that's actually interesting to get amber out of that. Well, in this particular case right here, I really don't care too much because we are just trying to get past you to make it over here. So let's make that happen. By digging our way straight over here to the right. We need to be a little bit careful here and see what the temperature is, but we will figure that out. And for the time being, because they are hostile. Sorry, guys. But there's only one way to make this here happen. These 2 here can stay. That's fine. I thought maybe you could have used it in a spacecraft, but it's just a waste of space. It is just a waste of space. I agree. I agree 100%. Let's open up another blueprint. We still have 4 left, and only about an hour or so worth of streaming, so the distribution is slightly off, let me put it that way. I also missed the Slacker Jack's message. Nice, I've been a machinist working in aerospace for almost 15 years. That's awesome. I've been working in plastics manufacturing, injection molding to be precise, for, I don't even know, what is it, 2025? 18 years. Yes, 18 years. I started in 2007. But we got a bright retro flower pot, a funky green flower pot for plants on the move. Pretty sure we already had that one, but that's fine. Alright, let's make our way over there. Because getting a little bit more natural gas certainly can't hurt. Especially considering that this thing here will eventually go dormant. We also never analyzed this one here. I don't know when, but it will. So having 2 of them is always a good thing. The hell? What? None of you are in combat. Even close to combat, in fact. They're just dying from the cold anyway. Also, this here, we don't need to dig up. There we go. Okay. So far, so good. I was 5 in 2007. Well, I was 16 in 2007. I am currently 34 years old, in case anyone cares. For some reason. Okay. Demetrius is here, digging our way over. And this polluted water here actually plays in our favor a little bit. Because if it off-gasses, it will provide us with oxygen for the dupes to breathe. Yes, we have one pile of carbon dioxide here, but we can always dig up a couple more tiles here in between if we have to enable off-gassing. Keep an eye. Yep, we can keep an eye on the new one. Let's check it out. It's exactly one tile is open. Look at this. But the volcano is about to erupt again. Let's see what happens here. And let's see if it is a danger for our output or not. Quentin Cappuccino says, I used to work for a specialized furniture company. We make custom consoles for control center operations like railroads and airlines. Okay, temperature is at 30 degrees for the aluminum. 60 degrees for the aluminum. What's the temperature coming out of here? Yep, we are actually evacuating 577 degree hot aluminum. Because the top is blocked. You are correct about that. That is the downside of it. But there is no way to change that, though. Because the top will always be blocked in one way, shape, or form, right? With this setup. But I mean, even if it ejects at 577 degrees, it seems like it doesn't matter. It outright just doesn't matter. I mean, we are losing some energy, yes, but... I mean, if it comes out of here at 50 degrees, I really don't care too much. What's the temperature of our water? Negative 1.4 degrees, so... Our liquid reservoir is not even cooled down to negative 20 yet. We still haven't even made it to that point. Retired now because I'm 58 and disabled. I mean, there are worse things than retirement. There are better things than being disabled. But there are worse things than retirement. That is for sure. I do love my job, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, looking forward to retirement at 34. I still have 30 years to go, so there's that. Kildra says, didn't realize you were that close to my age, Bier? I don't think, I may have, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that I've mentioned my age on stream before. Pretty certain about that. But it might have been maybe once or twice before. We may have just not been around at that point. Okay, we made our way over here. Good to see, I like it. Well, let's get closer. And let's grab us, grab is the wrong word. We have this brine right here that we need to find a solution for. What do we have? I mean, we could just make our lives very simple and dig down. Can we make the water colder to increase the temperature of the aqua tuna? Wait, what? Oh, you mean lowering this here? I mean, we can, but it's a danger. It's a pretty big danger, even. Because like I said, we can go to maybe -8 or so, but that is about the end of it. With our polluted water, with the freezing temperature being at -20.6 degrees, it's another 4 degrees on top of that. It's gonna cut it close. I'm bored as fuck. If you enjoy what you do, why would you ever want to stop? My dad worked until he had to retire at 72. I just believe there is more to, or I believe there should be more to life than going to work and making money mainly for somebody else. Because when I look at my salary, and if I look at the value that I provide to the company, the ratios are off by a factor of at least 10. Actually, far more than 10, and I'm talking every year here. -8, yeah. I think I'm still gonna go back down to -5. It's just too dangerous. I don't want to break it for no particular reason. It's fine the way it was. Like, for example, traveling. I would like to travel more, because right at the moment, it's not like that I don't have the money to travel somewhere. The problem is I don't have the PTO. Because I live in the United States of America, where having PTO is not really a thing. And that is a massive issue for me personally. So yeah, that is why I would like to stop doing, even though I enjoy it. I mean, my yearly PTO dies every year. And that's a stupid thing to say, don't get me wrong here, I'm not complaining, right? But my entire yearly PTO dies when I go to see my friends and family. I cannot go anywhere else because all my vacation is gone when I go home. So basically now I have 4 days left, 4 days worth of PTO. And we currently have the 26th of July. There are a lot more months in this year. And that includes sick days as well, don't forget about that. So yeah, that is my main complaint. But what do we have? We have 3 puffed eggs, my god. We have a May with ranching, farming and building, is a night owl, and unempathetic. Nispet, rocketry, cooking and decorating, is an animal lover, has an iron gut, and is squeamish. And we have a Joshua, interested in cooking, is a caregiver, has an irritable bowel, and is a kitchen menace. Those are our 4 options here on the top, and the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you think, and yeah, that's what we are going to do. I get 3 weeks, and that's considered above average in the United States. Yeah, that is true. I have more than that. I negotiated well, but it's still less than by law the minimum in Germany. Puffed eggs, the most useless thing in the game. I mean, it does give us some calories, I suppose, if nothing else, right? Water temperature is now where we wanted it to be, and we will see when it erupts again what the output temperature of our material is, and if we need to change something about it, or if it's fine and we just lose a little bit of efficiency. And that is it. If that is the case, I'm not complaining. Can you get a remote engineering gig? I can do my engineering from anywhere currently until I need the lab. Well, I mean, technically I'm not engineering anymore. Since I started my new job in January, I am now the manager of an engineering department. So, it is slightly difficult. I mean, I can work from home, there's no question, but not for an extended period of time. I have to be there for the projects that we are working on. You probably have to just shut off loop and emergency on. Yeah, we probably have to do exactly that, but I think for the time being, it is okay. I was a sysadmin. I did a lot of work remotely from my iPod Touch. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if there is one single regret that I have in my life, and I don't have a lot, don't get me wrong here. If I could do everything the same, I would, with one exception. I wouldn't go into plastics engineering. I would go into IT. 100%. There's no question. That is precisely what I would do. Okay, let me take a look here. We have 1 word for May, we have 1 word for a puffed, and that's all we have. Or am I blind? Nope, I'm not blind. We literally have 1 vote for May and 1 vote for Puft. That is a little bit low, guys. I need a little bit more input here, please. Also, where does this polluted water come from? My company's PTO is based off of years worked at the company. Once I hit 10 years, I get 5 weeks. This is ridiculous. 5 weeks equal to 25 days. By law, the minimum requirement in Germany is 28 days that you need to have. And 25 days is what I currently have. Okay, this is going good. We got a couple more votes in. Let's see. Keon says, no, I missed a vote, May. Okay, we have 1 vote for Puft, 2 votes for Puft, 2 votes for May, 1 for reject, 1 more for Puft. Puft going once. Puft going twice. And Puft going thrice, I guess. Is that a word? Talk number 27 says, you're better off in plastics. IT is being taken over by H1B Indians. The problem is that I actually have a... I mean, I believe at least that I'm somewhat decent at what I'm doing right now. But I do have a natural affinity for IT. I always have. And I'm talking anything from building a computer to system administration to literally coding. It makes no difference. It just sticks to my mind. I just love that stuff to death. So yeah, if I would have done that about 18 years ago, instead of what I'm doing now, I would probably be sitting on a beach somewhere in the Bahamas while working. Realistically. Yep, the meteor shower. You're gonna see how much damage it will cause. Doesn't look like it's too bad. Is that already it? Cool. Yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that all day long. Okay, how are we going to grab this natural gas without flooding our base with it? Let's see. Gabriel is here. Gabriel, hello and welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. Always happy to have my Brazilian friend here. It's been a while. It has been a while. I did take... Well, I was 3 weeks in Germany, and then I decided after that, with jet lag and everything else, that I will take off an extra week. And trust me, it was a good decision. I don't know if I would have been capable of talking for hours and hours a week ago today. Not gonna lie. Okay. Also, one thing, the puffed eggs, I can't forget about them. They are not currently set up to forever, and they should be. They most definitely should be. Also, up here, we don't have a critter killer. So let's fix that real quick. Not to build one, but just to get rid of these. All of our stables are full except for one. What is going on here? How are we having... Oh. They were just literally right behind each other. I just didn't see it. I thought we were one short. My mistake. What are we doing right now? We tried to build, or did build, version 4.0 of the Volcano Tamer that is actually self-sustained. It is not connected to the main power grid at all. With help from chat, several people chimed in and had some great ideas. That's what we did. That worked out well. On top of that, we're trying to survive this nonsense right here. And we're trying to get over to this natural gas geyser right here. And I think I'm just going to make my life very easy right here. Let's just build us a liquid lock. How are we going to do that? I'm just going to try to use the brine that we naturally already have here and just let it flow into it. Doesn't even need to be insulated. And it can be anything that's nearby. Did we just dig something up? I have no idea. Didn't pay attention. But that's fine. Let's just build us something like this here. And let's see if I can bring the dupes over. Could have built that one lower, I suppose. Damn it. There we go. Now it's straight, as it should be. And we're just going to come up here. And then we're going to dig this brine here up, let it flow down here. And ta-da, we have a liquid lock right in front of us. And it should be fine. At that point, the natural gas can do whatever the hell it wants. We really won't care. We can pump it out however and whenever we feel like it. And the good thing is, we already have a pipe right here, of course, that we can utilize for exactly that. That's going to be great. Super simple, super straightforward. What do we have most of? Sedimentary rock. Sure, why not? We can directly build this pipe here straight through and bring it all the way over. The only other thing that we need over here is energy. That's going to be a little bit trickier. Or not trickier, a little bit more expensive, let me put it that way. How much copper do we have by now? Well, wouldn't you look at that? 9,700 kilograms. Very nice. And already 4,000 kilograms of aluminum as well. It's coming all together. Slowly but steadily. I'm going to read your guys' comments here in 1 second. Just let me build this here real quick. Maybe not on this particular wire. Maybe on this particular wire. Yeah, I think that's a much better idea. Let's make it out of lead. Just because we can. There's much more lead on the bottom. But it's not really a loss in any way, shape, or form. Let's bring all of this over. And let's make it happen. And then last but not least, we do need a conductive wire bridge right here. Alright. Very good. Now, let me see. What do we have here? Quentin says I put more work into stuff at home than I did at work. I ran a bunch of rack mount game servers out of my basement, including a 1,000-person TeamSpeak 3 server. I used to have a TeamSpeak 3 server as well. Not for 1,000 people. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But I did have one. They're playing Call of Duty back in the day. In the ESL. No, that wouldn't work out at all. Also need to update Nightbot, I just see. Join our Discord community. We're currently over 510 members. That was a couple of days ago. We are currently at over 680. Should probably update that eventually. I like to put in a low area so the gas can't escape. I usually would do the same. I would just block the natural gas with carbon dioxide. But since we have this brine right here, might as well utilize it, you know? Blueprint reminder. Good call. Very good call. Let's see what we got here. There's 3 left. Frilly magma gloves. Thick, soft red gloves with added flounce. Nice. Maybe one natural gas power plant with some batteries and some extra gas on reserve. I think that is a great idea, actually. Why not? Why not? Problem is we have to power it first. But we have a dupe that can most definitely do that. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Just a small remote power station? Sure. Sounds like a great idea to me. I'm on board. Let's make it happen. And over here it's cold enough that it won't matter. This iron volcano right here doesn't have access to enough ice or liquid to overpressure. But I strongly believe that is also something that we can change. Oh, by the way, are the power wire blueprints exclusive to the pack? Are you using the new skin for the wheels? There's a new skin for the wheels? Let me check that out. I don't think I have seen a new print or a new one for the wheels. You know what? Might as well put one right here. Need it anyway. Let's build it right there, and let's see what there is. Ooh, look at that! Oh, I want to see that. Apparently there's a skin for the wheel, yeah. The color wires are from the Bionic DLC, yes. That is correct. Yeah, that actually looks cool as hell. Yeah. I want to see what it looks like when a dude... Yes, a dude. A dupe, I mean, runs in it. I want to see that happen. Alrighty, very good. Okay, very nice. This is done. Now all that's left over is literally rip out those two tiles, let the brine fill up this area right here, and the liquid lock is established. Just as simple as that. It looks so much more makeshift than the original wheel. That's why I love it. Looks great. Looks great. I love it. Okay, liquid lock is established. Super duper easy. Flintstones. Yes, that's what I was thinking of as well. Let's see. You know what? Two tiles. That's right. I had to remind myself how much space we actually need. Only two tiles on one side, and it doesn't matter. On which side? Could have built it one lower, actually. Should build it one lower. Ah, you know what? Screw it. It's fine. We got the space and the time. I'm gonna build it on the outside so we don't have to mess around with it later on the inside. Obviously, two of them need to stay open. Also, temperature is not an issue. Why is this thing here still erupting right now? How? Where are you putting it? Very odd. Do you use infinite storage for gas liquid? Yes, we do have an infinite storage. Up here on the top. One for hydrogen, currently at 436 kilograms. Now that's a hell of a lot more comfortable. And over here, natural gas, also at 393 kilograms. Much more comfortable than we were at the beginning of the stream, when we had literally 20 kilograms over here, and I think it was 80 or 100 over here. Definitely looking a hell of a lot better by now. Which, of course, means our production ratios are great. That's what we want to see. Side ship. Okay. Put in the tiles. Put in the pump. Is there anything else in here? Any other type of gas? We do have some polluted gas in here. Do I care? I guess not anymore, because it's already open. It doesn't matter anymore. I was thinking about not opening it up and first pumping it out, but now it's already open. Matter of fact, it's not because there's brine. Hold on one second. We can fix this here up really quickly. In ventilation, we're just gonna grab us a... Where are you at? Where are you? Vacuum pump? There you are. Right here. Connected literally up to the pipe that we already have. It goes to the exact same location as the natural gas will go, so it doesn't make a difference. And that will also allow us to see what the hell this here does. Normal wire should be fine for our purposes. Let's put it in. And there goes my plan. Did it literally just freeze, or what happened here? Oh no, it got deleted. It didn't freeze. It literally just got deleted. Okay, cool. Well, that saves us that work. Because now the gas is in here, if we like it or not. So, we just gotta make one single change. And that is, instead of using a gas pump... Actually, that doesn't matter. It goes to the same location. Just the gas pump is good enough. Made out of steel. Up here on the top. That's where we want it. That's where we're gonna have it. And then this is 5 tiles high. So actually, let me build it one lower. So we can reach everything without having to build ladders and nonsense. And then let's build insulated gas pipes. You know what? Do we need insulated? I don't think so. I think it's cold enough. But you know what? At least out here, might as well make it insulated. And then let's switch it over to normal gas pipes and bring it all the way down here and over. I have no idea why your geysers are acting so different. Neither do I. I can see it now, but it's still at 7 kilograms right here. It just doesn't overpressure at 5 kilograms. It just doesn't care. I mean, right at the moment we have natural gas. We have a tile of carbon dioxide in here, but that wasn't there before and was still erupting. There is, in fact, a piece of ladder I forgot. Good catch. Let's bring this here down, up and over. That should be fine. Let's put in our power wire as well, so I don't forget about it later. That's important. Bring it over and out. How exactly we're going to hook that up, we're going to figure out in a minute. And then last but not least, we will need a sensor, a Atmos sensor that we're just going to have right here. Built out of lead, that's fine. And then an automation wire, all reachable from where we are. Let's mop and clean everything, and it should be okay. Okay. A while ago, I started using automated door compressors to passively store gases and never went back. I have also built that once before, I believe, a compressor. I just like this layout. It's so easy, simple, and fast to build. Faster than a gas compressor. Because it literally takes, I mean, in-game time or real-life time, 2 minutes to build one of these. Assuming you have dupe labor. Assuming you have dupe labor, in 2 minutes you have built that entire thing. That's why I have stuck with it. It works. It's even faster, in fact. This here I built with normal gas vents. Because I didn't have access yet to the high-pressure gas vents. Once you have high-pressure gas vents, it's super simple. It takes even less than that. Alright, very good. Yeah, we're just gonna overpressure this iron volcano until we can deal with it, I believe. I think that is the easiest possible solution. Come on, dupes, a little bit more effort up here. So we can get this here done. The temperature is also only gonna increase, not decrease, so the faster you do it, the better you're off. Then I think our little power plant, can we fit it up here? Probably not, just because the freaking gas tank is so freaking big. Yeah, that's what I thought. But once we have it, we can just put it over here to the right side. That's gonna be just fine. We're just going to split off right here and bring it up. Yeah. Yeah, I got the idea. We're gonna go 3 high over here to the right all the way through. That's gonna be helpful. That's where we're going to build our power plant. Nice and cold here. It's not going to overheat anytime soon. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of cycles here, without too big of an issue. Come on. Do we not have enough steel, or what are we doing here? Oh, it's on a number 5 priority. I will explain it. Somebody should come by here. Short. So let's make this here happen. We are going to build us a gas reservoir. We're just going to pop it here. There's nothing up here that we care about. That's totally fine. We're going to bring the input straight in. And then over here, we are going to grab us in power. One singular natural gas generator that we're going to plop right here. We're just going to build a little basin below. Water's not gonna freeze, actually. Yeah, it's not gonna freeze because of this bad boy right here. Yeah. But we're just gonna drop it. It won't make a difference to us in any way, shape, or form. Just gonna put an entire row of mesh tiles in here. And open this here up. No care in the world. Check new skins for the reservoir? Sure, you can check it out. If there are any or not. There are. We have a lump gas reservoir and we have a dartle gas reservoir. And I guess you guys let me know which one we used. But we first gotta check them out once it's built so we know what they look like. Come on, dupes. Little effort. I know it's far off the beaten path. I understand that. But still. No excuses. Only results. And I can also finally start to give the command for a little bit more cleaning once this last tile here is gone. At that point, we can also close off this entire system. There we go. Everything needs to go. Don't care about over here. Also, we haven't checked into skills. For example. Where's Kionis? There's Kionis. There's Kionis. Dupe our digging. Right away. And then our second new dupe was Malwolf. Gets it all across the board, doesn't matter in which order. We needed both, so it's fine. Conductive wires, it's going to bring straight over and down here. Now we just need a location over here for our battery. Look how it fits. Beautiful. And then an automation wire. That just comes across here. Should be good enough for what we need here. Pipe should be long enough for a power outpost instead of the gas tank. You're probably right. You're probably right. It should be long enough. To just hold enough. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. All it's going to cost us is 1,000 kilograms of it. We're going to have that together in no time. Bring this down and in. And the output right here is going to be actually, that is going to be a problem, at least in the beginning. At least in the beginning, it is going to be a slight issue because I'm just going to let it pump out this entire area right here. Which means manual generator time. So for the time being, what I'm going to do is, how am I going to do this? I mean, the simplest solution would probably be to come over here, not like this, but like this here, please. I can't feed it into this pipe, but I can go around it. Bring it down here. Yeah, that should work. You'll need a filter pipe too, no? I don't think so. Let me think about it for just 1 second. Can I just do it with bridges, is my question. Because this right here is going to be eventually only natural gas. For right now, it's going to be oxygen and all sorts of stuff, but once I'm done here, it should be only natural gas. At that point, it won't matter anymore. Yeah, I believe there's a way to do it. But first and foremost, there's plenty to build here. Let's get all of this here done and also analyze this here, as long as we still can, please. Because there's a few types of gas in there, so until it's only natural gas. Yeah, until it's only natural gas, it will be a different issue. But once it's only natural gas, it won't matter anymore. This pipe right here is supposed to come over here. And you see this right here? We do already have a filter right here. Wanted to replace that at some point with a mechanical filter. I guess we never did that. But that was originally the plan, to just have this gas filter here for the time being. That was roughly 200 cycles ago. So I guess it lives there now for indefinitely. But yeah. But yeah, first I need the dupes to actually get this here done. Short-term solutions can last 500 cycles, yes. I'm pretty sure somebody asked me to build a mechanical filter, if I remember correctly. And I said, yeah, we will do that later, but for right now, just to save some time. We all know how that goes. We all know how that goes. We were on the clock. We were indeed on the clock. Alright, Goof is here and starting the analysis. Temperature-wise, it's still acceptable. Thankfully, we have all the cold around here. That will at least help a little bit for the time being. Only 500 cycles. That isn't even temporary, like it never existed. That is very true. Oh, man. Okay. I do like your idea, though, TSC. I do like your idea. And the blueprint reminder, yes, we also need to do that. Very true, indeed. The gas pipe sensor, gas pipe element sensor, with a shutoff, would get the job done for us here. And I think that is probably the easiest solution, honestly. My temporary solutions last until I retire my colony at 4K cycles. Yep. That sure as hell sounds about right. Sure as hell does. Okay, let me see how to build it. And actually, the dupes can keep working while we are looking. Where is the shutoff? Gas meter valve? Where is the gas shutoff? Am I crazy? Gas shutoff. There we have it. I can literally just put it in here. Snip it off right here. And put the gas element sensor right before that. Anything can go down, I don't care. But what goes up should only be natural gas. That would make it very easy. Indeed. Automation wire. Connect it up. Piping. You go up. If you can't go up, if you're not allowed to go up, go over to the left. Wasn't that a thermal sensor you put down? Oh, did I? Son of a bitch. Good catch. That was a thermal sensor. Element sensor is what we want. Good catch. Very good catch, Chorus. Thank you. Appreciate that. I would have been wondering about that eventually, I'm sure. The automation filtration needs guaranteed pipe flow to work correctly. Wait, what? Why? It should work just like that. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. Giving the signal right here in the pipe before, and here I either allow it through or I don't. Yes, some of the things will come back up, but it's only going to be a temporary problem. It's not going to be a permanent issue. Oh yeah, I guess we'll see. Can send the wrong packet if bypass is blocked. If the bypass is blocked, that is very true. Then it could. That is in fact a fact. So what if I make sure it's not blocked? It should be just as simple as putting a gas bridge right here and cutting off this connection right here. that should keep this pipe here free at all times, right? Your 50-50 split will make it a little iffy. It shouldn't matter, because I don't want everything to go up here. What goes down here couldn't matter less. The only main problem is going to be, in the beginning at least, if I connect this here up, it will go 50% back up and basically go in a loop. That is a lot of extra stuff. We should have just pumped all of it out with this here, probably. That would have been much, much easier and simpler. That is very, very correct. Because once it's now only natural gas, no one cares anymore. Couple more things here, a little bit more research, a little bit more cleaning, a little bit of mopping, because if I build this here, it's going to push it in. And then we just need our power source. Can't forget about that either. I need to see the thing here running. That's going to look hilarious. And also, blueprint reminder from earlier. We have 2 more left. And we have the puzzle cube ceiling light. We already had that one, I think, twice before. But we can always sell the duplicates at some point and get us something we actually want. So it's not a bad thing. You could make the mechanical filter at this point. You're very correct on that one as well. We could have just built a mechanical filter at this point. Okay. This here still needs connected. Yep. That's fine. Alright, so far so good. Just a little bit more building, dudes. Where are you at? What are you doing? What are you messing with? Yeah, we do have enough oxygen. I was about to say, that can't be the problem, right? And it's not. Good. Out here. How is this here looking? Okay, this team here is now at 34 kilograms. So this iron volcano here is effectively turned off. This volcano right here is also at 345 kilograms. This one here is effectively turned off. This one here is at 29 kilograms. Not sure how that happened. Oh, it's got to be because of gas on the bottom, the steam, that's right. And this one here is currently at 268 kilograms, so it's also effectively turned off, well, until enough leaks out into space. Which will probably take a hot minute. Because it's only 2 tiles that are exposed to space, that's not a lot. This thing here is almost analyzed, that's great. Let's sweep that up here while we're at it. Yes, Goliath, I know you're not happy, but there's work to be done here. Alright, more batteries here. Low threshold 10, high of 95, that's fine. Output pipe, do need that. Okay. There's got to be a lot of iron down here by now. Oh, it's dormant right this moment. Ooh. Well, I know what we're going to do first thing next time around. That's for damn sure. Got to get our hands on that bad boy while it's dormant. Can cool it down with the environment very quickly. That's going to be good. So Ant is now running in here. Yeah. I do like it. I do like that a lot. We filled up the battery. That's good. This one here needs to be sent to above. That's also fine. It's not ready yet, though. That's fine. We still need this one gas pipe sensor. Why are we not building it? Oh, Figon's coming. At some point in time, maybe. Figon, where are you at? There he is. Good. Come on, dupes. Yeah, Figon didn't even make it, of course. Barris is coming. Barris is gonna get the job done. Alright, let's set this here to natural gas. Let's see what happens. Let's just snip this here off in case it doesn't work. Why not? This here. Above. Yeah, so currently it's going all up because of this here. What happens if I put a bridge on the bottom, though? Now, just out of curiosity, will that divert it 50-50? I guess it should, shouldn't it? You know what? This is all completely pointless. You know what the actual solution to the problem is? It should either split it or break it. Should we test it to see what happens? Because I actually don't know. I don't think I've ever tried anything this dumb. But, you know what? Let's test it, just out of curiosity. But what the actual solution is, right now, it is all natural gas in here. Every last bit of it is natural gas. Yes, Goof. Getting hot in there, isn't it? But now you don't have to go in there anymore, so it doesn't matter. We just gotta grab this one data bank here, please. Oh. Can't sweep that. Gotta relocate it. So let's make that a high priority before we build the tiles. Thank you. There we go. Now you can build the tiles. And then I'm just gonna leave it like this here for right now. Yep. Now, of course, I would have to snip off. I mean, this would have to feed in here into the top instead of the bottom. Yeah, this here is what it should look like. And then this here would have to go over here and not down along the bottom. There we go. So that would be the solution for what we tried to accomplish earlier. It's just completely pointless because we have only natural gas in here anymore. Everything else out here, I can just do completely separate with another pump. And I can just leave this bridge right here to ensure that nothing ever comes to the other side. Yeah, that would have been the right thing to do. But now we can also stop a dupe having to run over here. We can turn these here on. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Don't have to. We can get rid of all this nonsense right here. We don't need it anymore. And the truth is, we can get rid of all this nonsense right here, because we don't need that anymore either. This is now a completely pointless system. That we can just completely rip out all the gas pipes right here. And the gas shut off. Yeah. Basically everything that is in this vicinity right here, with the exception of the wires. We still need that. What else do we have here? Gas pipe element sensor is getting deconstructed. Gas shutoff is getting deconstructed. Great. It's all good. Of course, these here are not going to be happy because there's no more connection. But that's fine. Let's connect this here back up. Let's connect this here in here. Actually, let's just put it on the other side. That's much easier and much safer. Don't need this anymore. Do want this here. There we have it. That's what that should look like. You may need an AND gate for the power system. The power only needs to be on while gas is being pumped. How do you mean? Oh, you mean from the Atmos sensor, having an AND gate for the Atmos sensor, so only if this here is green and then turn this here on, and this one here has no charge. I see what you're saying. That would be an improvement, but it's not absolutely necessary. But I do see what you're saying. That makes sense. On the bright side, though, all that is left to do now is, and we can just do it with a vacuum pump, so we can grab every last bit of it. Up here on the top. And do we have enough space? Yeah, down here on the bottom. Let's put another one in. Sure, let's make it 2. Why not? One on the top, one on the bottom. A little bit of power wire right here. A little bit of power wire right there. That is unreachable, I know. Not anymore. And then we just need this. And that. That's not quite that far. And we are pumping both. You never want that battery to run out. That is very true. I don't ever want the battery to run out. Because it is completely self-sustained, so yeah. Basing it off the Atmos sensor, TSC has a great point there. We're just gonna leave it as it is. We never want the smart battery to run out, no matter what. While the geyser is dormant, we may burn some power, but only what the smart battery here loses by itself. And that's fine. If we waste, quote-unquote, a tiny little bit of natural gas, that is totally okay. I think we can live with that. Considering how much we have in our infinite storage, we're gonna be fine here for a hot minute. That back down here to a 5. Only buildings. Sorry, only builds should be on a higher priority if you want to get it done. No. The battery can run out if there is gas in the power plant. If there is no gas in the power plant, but for that we have our gas reservoir that we hopefully fill up to 1,000 kilograms rather quickly. There's one tiny little piece of carbon dioxide. Where did you come from? Must have missed you somewhere, I suppose. Anything else in here? No, that's the one tiny little piece. Of course, always. There has to be one piece, no matter what. No idea where it came from, but it is what it is. Come on, dupes. Couple more pieces here. We can start pumping. What is the problem here? Music has it on a 2. Music has it on a 6. Music has it on a 5. Why is everything being built by Music Kitty? Don't we have 20 dupes at our disposal? Could have sworn we did last time I checked. Also, guys, I guess that is a good reminder. If you're on YouTube and you haven't liked the video yet, I would appreciate it if you could do so, because it helps me out greatly, and it doesn't cost anything at all. My concern is the gas will run out, then the battery will run out, which means the dupe will have to come turn it back on. Well, my concern is not that we are running out of gas, even during a dormancy period. I don't think that this battery here consumes 1,000 kilograms worth of gas in 70 cycles. I can't believe that. But I guess we will find out. I guess we will find out. I actually don't know. What is the loss of a smart battery? 400 joules per cycle. And it holds 20 kilojoules. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're just fine. Not gonna lie, this vacuum pump here is not in the most optimal position that I have ever seen in my life, but let's help it out a little bit. Let's get it a tiny little bit more area of effect here, and a little bit more exchange of gases. And here, it doesn't matter what we are pumping, anything and everything can go into this pipe here on the bottom. It doesn't make a difference, thanks to our filter. Therefore, I don't care. I'm just literally gonna vacuum out this entire thing here until there's nothing left. Yes, that will be a problem with heat, I understand. But at that point, once all the natural gas is out, I'm also going to rip out this liquid lock right here and reintroduce gas into this area. That's the plan. Spill the water to the volcano below. That is the plan. That is in fact the plan. It is currently dormant, and we will dig our way exactly down here. Or down here. I mean, we can use either side, it doesn't make a difference. To get more water in here to cool it down, and then use the dormancy period to tame that sucker as fast as we can. That is, in fact, the master plan. That gives us iron, copper, and aluminum, and that is, of course, a very pretty position to be in. How are we doing up here with heat exchange in our base? I mean, it's getting a little bit warmer, but it's still not a concern in any way, shape, or form. And building a cooling loop here is really not a problem at all. Over here. Whoops. May have emptied this water here a little bit too low. It's enabled this building right here. In the F6 overlay, do we have water nearby? No, we don't. This here was originally meant as our evolution chamber. Kinda killed that by putting mesh tiles in here. Should have not put mesh tiles in here, but normal tiles. Guess that's a slight issue. But yeah, we can just build us an evolution chamber either somewhere else or refill this area here with water. And I think that's probably the better solution, honestly. The outgassing down here is not an issue due to the carbon dioxide, so it doesn't matter. Don't really care too much. But I think what we're going to do is we're just going to put in some tiles right here and then reintroduce water through the top. Just going to drop it straight down until we have a 3 high area to make sure that everything drowns. The third tile just needs a few grams. Just the top 2 tiles need to be full. Right, same build as top volcano. I only suggest making it 4 tiles high for a bit more steam. I mean, we can, but I don't think we need to. I mean, this here seems to be working like a charm, honestly. Much better than I anticipated. I mean, considering we just built it from scratch, more or less, live on stream, it works a hell of a lot better than I anticipated. There we go. The pumping is commencing, as that should be. You're still set up correctly. Yes, 1,000 grams. I always set it to 1,000 or 500. It doesn't really matter what it is, as long as it's something. And we're just going to continue pumping. Also, the animation for this pump here is slightly broken. There it goes. Oh, it's because it's stocking up. That's fine. It will take a little bit, but we also have time. This here can take as long as it wants. It's not like we need it, we just want it. So we're gonna get it. You do have a good point. The Iron Volcano might not work as well, just because it's of the higher heat capacity. That could well be. That could well be. Higher output temperature as well. Okay, let's continue over here now. Well, yeah, we have to do the right side. We can't do the left side because I'm pretty sure that we need this liquid lock here a lot longer. So let's just come down here and have it ready. That's all we need. Okay, so far so good though. It's looking great. I think it's time to open up I was about to say our last blueprint. Didn't we have only 2 remaining when I opened up the last one? Well, in this case, we have a crisp neon pink atmosuit. The neck is a little snug. Definitely a new one. Haven't seen that before. Can you show what you did for Farms Ranch? Up here on the top, we are running a mixture of sweat corn stalks and lumps. That is basically our main food source right now. We have some veggie poppers and whatnot, but the sweat corn is our #1 food source. Slapping it into our smoker right here. We should really build more smokers, realistically speaking. But yeah, this here is it. Ignore the emergency bedrooms in the middle. But yeah, I have 3 lump farms and 2 sweat corn farms. Apparently, I would argue, seems to be working out pretty well. I really haven't touched it or looked at it in quite a while. At least not today. Today we didn't change this here at all. Okay, but this here's good. I think this is a very good stopping point. I think we did a lot of great work today. I mean, I had a lot of fun personally. Up here on the top, specifically, building this. Always fun to build something new with viewers. I enjoy that kind of stuff. That's what makes streaming enjoyable for me. The interaction with you guys, love it. But at the same time, we have still 1 unclaimed blueprint, so let's make sure we grab that. And we have red glitter atmo gloves, sparkly red gloves for hostile environments. Can't recall if we already had that or not. Glad I managed to convince you to do that build. Absolutely. I mean, I'm usually wide open for viewers' suggestions of any sort. I mean, we have done a lot of random shit on stream that was your guys' idea in one way, shape, form, or another. That's what I love to do. It's just fun. That's the fun of it. But yeah, guys, I think this is a great stopping point. Like I said, we got a lot done, and we still have a lot ahead of us. Next time around, I'm planning on messing with this volcano right here. If we can, we do need to first of all, when we come back online, Iron Volcano here, #1 priority. #2 priority is our teleporter. And #3 priority is this volcano right here. I want to tame that thing. I want the igneous rock. It may well be that we destroyed a lot of real estate by having this thing here impact. But at the same time, we will reclaim our resources one way or another. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. So once again, thank you all for joining. Truly appreciate that. Truly hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend and a not too hard of a work week ahead of you. But that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.